Good morning, my Teaserking family. How's everybody today? Hope you had a wonderful New Year's weekend. It's funny when it's on Saturday and Sunday, it doesn't seem like a holiday. I mean, it's weird, like today's Monday and it's the same feel as Saturday and Sunday, but it's not a holiday. I'll go to the pool today. I couldn't go. Well, yesterday was only open till 1:30. I don't know why they closed a half day New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. I mean, it's not, I understand like Easter and Christmas is religious, but New Year's Eve, they could have been open till 5 or 6. And then New Year's Day, I don't know why they closed. Or it should be open till 5 or 6. I mean, it's just, holiday. So let's go through Week 17 in the NFL. What a day I had. I just crushed everything. Arizona, Atlanta minus 6.5. I liked Arizona. Didn't bet it, but I liked it. Again, play against Atlanta, 40-7. Play against them as own favorite, 9-0. And Arizona didn't use McCoy, didn't use McSorley. They came out with a different quarterback who, you don't even know. All of a sudden you see the box score and you're like, well, I didn't know this guy was quarterbacking. So I can't remember who it was, but it was somebody else. Atlanta had Ritter, and I knew Ritter wasn't going to blow him out. So it was 2019 Atlanta. I think I didn't play over or under. I probably liked the over, which did come in over 40.5. They scored 39, so the over was good. Arizona was good, but again, it's hard to bet on Arizona, but it's not hard to bet against Atlanta with Ritter as the quarterback. Give him credit, he got the win, but he's not going to blow you out because that means he's got to have a lot of strong drives, which isn't going to happen. In the Giants, I like -5, win 38-10. Again, this was not one I bet, but I like the Giants at home. Play against Indy 12-2. Play against New York as a home favorite was 7-0. Something had to give, but the Giants had to win the game, and I picked the Giants there. Detroit, Chicago. I stayed away from Detroit and Chicago, 41-10 Detroit, and I went to the over 52, teased it to 46. I saw it was 38-10, and I knew it was a winner early in the fourth quarter. I think they went 38-10. Then it's just a matter of running the clock out for the whole fourth quarter. They kicked a field goal. I assume Chicago went for it on their own 20, and then Detroit kicked the field goal. Anyway, so I get the over I'm looking for. I don't get a lot of help with Chicago scoring-wise, only 10 points. However, their defense comes through, and Detroit lights it up as I thought. So I thought Chicago would get to 20, but I knew Detroit would get in the 30s. That's how I went over. So I do. That's my first real pick is the over in the Detroit game. Jacksonville, Houston, I don't play it. I didn't like Jacksonville as a road favorite, as you know. I'm not going to bet on Houston. I don't like Mills or the other guy. So I'm like, can't bet the road favorite. Can't bet Houston. So in that case, you just don't bet it. I did like the over 37. They don't get there. Again, I'm not going to play it with Houston. See, this is where you stay away from like teams like Houston. You don't know what they're going to do. They've been scoring points against good team. Dallas, Kansas City, 20 points. Here, Jacksonville, 31-3 something. Where was this the first time when Jacksonville was at home and they lost 13-6? Again, this is the inconsistency with Jacksonville and Houston. So that's why you don't know what you're getting. You kind of stay away. Cleveland, Washington, another bet I stayed away from. I did like it under, which would have won. Watson against Wentz. I can't take Wentz as a favorite. Watson sucks. So it became probably an under, which it ended up being under 46. It was 34, 24-10. Cleveland gets the win, knocks Washington out. That's why you don't bet a bad team with a bad quarterback just to win. They needed to win for the playoffs, but that's why you don't bet just because they need it. If they're a bad team, they're a bad team. And with the bad quarterback, maybe with Heineke, I still wouldn't have bet it. But, Washington, the good defense, they hold them to 24. Cleveland, decent defense, not great. They hold them to 10, but it's more Wentz. So 24-10 to 34. Under was the way to play the game, and that's what came through. But I didn't play it. New Orleans, Philly. Here's my only loser of the whole pros. I take Philly 5.5. I'm not afraid of Minshew. He's okay. Hurts, okay. Maybe he's better than I think. Maybe he's like, oh, you went with Minshew, but he's not good. So I don't know what's going on with Philly and Minshew. They lose to New Orleans. Now, they're going to wrap up the 1 seed. They're at home. And New Orleans is okay, but not great. Again, Philly was 12-2 as the home favorite. And if you bet against New Orleans, it was 13-2. So it was a very good trend-wise bet. But as you know, the trend doesn't work every time, but it guides us. And Philly just needs to win. It's 13-0. It goes 13-10. I don't know what the fuck they were farting around with the first half, where Philly's losing 10-0, 13-0, and then they throw a pick six and they lose 20-10. Had they just drove down the field, then they maybe, this is the problem with Minshew learning their offense, because I don't think Minshew isn't that bad. So he throws the pick six. So really it's 13-10. I figure, okay, let's go to overtime. I got the game plus a half, so it's really even. Just win. And they want the 1 seed. So now I'm puzzled. Philly is not a 1 seed now. They're still the 1 seed technically, but to me, this isn't the way a 1 seed. Is it all Hurts running around? Does that really make the difference in this for this team? So they can't score if they don't have Hurts running, really? So that doesn't make any sense. So that's our loser. We have Philly plus a half. We lose it. That was the first lock. I locked it because it was the 1 seed. Again, I don't mind the backup quarterback. Look at Ritter won for Atlanta. And you had who else you got? You got Watson beating Wentz. So New Orleans with Dalton. I don't mind Dalton. He was a starter. He's good. So really, it's just overvaluing Philly with Minshew. And we're going to call this a coaching problem that they only scored 10 points. New Orleans, not a under defense, and Philly does have an under defense. So Philly plays to their defense, they probably win. So bad coaching. So 1 loss, Denver, KC. Again, I keep you away from KC, laying 12.5. It's too much. I told you Denver would be pissed off after losing to the Rams. They were. They have the game. Russell Wilson gets 3 touchdown runs, and they lose 27-24. So very close game. This is the NFL. KC gets the win to keep the 1 seed, but Denver plays them twice a year. They're not going to lose by 12. This isn't college. This isn't, a week. This isn't UMass. I mean, the weak team there is no Z team in the NFL, and KC, they don't have the strongest defense, and it showed you. Russell Wilson ran it in. So they gave them all they want. So again, I hope I kept you off of Kansas City, where even if we laid 6.5, it's a loser. So I don't play this game. I'm not going to take Denver in 18. But I stay away from KC. So sometimes it's like poker. It's when you don't call that it's a good play. You fold your hand. You didn't lose anymore. Hey, Prophet, I'm thinking of playing the early 3-team teaser, Illinois, Tulane, and Purdue. What do I think? Well, Illinois' running back isn't playing the stud. Well, did you look at the new lines? I just looked at the new lines. So if we look at the new lines, we now have Mississippi State minus 3.5. So Oh, you already got that. So you got 10.5. I prefer the game under, but maybe Mississippi State, again, how much does that affect the star running back for Illinois sitting out? Then you went to Tulane and 8. Well, I think that USC's quarterback's playing. I do. Tulane is a very good team, but if USC's quarterback's playing, which according to the line it looks like, because they're laying 1.5 for 2, I would probably take USC, not Tulane there, because you're not going to stop him if we think he's playing. And again, that's the question. And then Purdue and LSU. Purdue's quarterback's out. LSU's quarterback's hurt with an ankle, but probably playing. I don't know. Purdue in 22. I don't know. Utah looks like their quarterback's not playing now. Penn State's a 1.5. We'll see how good their backup did beat Oregon State. I don't know. I'd rather see you close it with TCU than Purdue. I just don't know. I mean, Purdue. Is their coach even coaching? He went back to Louisville, so there's a big question mark. LSU, who knows? Without their quarterback, they got players sitting out. That's a game I wouldn't really touch, the Purdue game. So I just don't like. I'd take Illinois under USC, and then I would probably go to TCU instead of Purdue. Profit. So many question marks with these players. Well, that's why I'm saying that. The only games were the Michigan, TCU, and the Georgia game. You knew everybody was playing. So I would imagine Rising sitting out. If Penn State's now 1.5 favorite, what would make the line go? This is like prices. So when the line moves, what you ask is why. And I believe Rising's probably sitting out. If he's playing, there's no reason for the line to move. But then maybe it's an under game at 53.5, I think, or 57. What is that line? I think it's under in Illinois. USC still 1.5, and then Utah 53.5. So I think I'd go under in that Utah game because their tight end sitting out, their running back sitting out, and it looks like their quarterback sitting out. So I think Penn State game's an under. That Georgia game just sitting there, I would take TCU and the over in the game. So I would pick that as the third game, is the TCU over. And then you can always trap it, but I mean, unless you want something today, then I would drive you to Illinois under USC, and then the over in tonight's game, Cincinnati. So again, Purdue in 22, probably a winner, but again, their quarterback's out, their coach is gone. So, they're not a very good team anyway, and they're playing LSU, who knows. They did score a little on Georgia. Their quarterback is hurt. He's probably, I don't know if he's playing or not. The line's up, so maybe he is, but he's not very good anyway. He's just a running quarterback. So that's my advice. I wouldn't bet against USC if their quarterback's playing, which I believe he is. And Tulane's a good team, but USC won't lose if their quarterback's playing. All right, so where were we? So Philly's our loser. KC, we stay away from. Miami, New England, tease the dog. Miami's a winner, getting 9.5. They lose 23-21 in a playoff game. Now Miami, I think they're still in with a win, but we'll see. Pitt and Baltimore, I locked the game. This is lock number 2. Go under, and Pitt Baltimore under 36-42. It's a 16-13 game with a touchdown with 10 seconds left for Pitt. So it's a very low scoring game, as I thought. And then I played it Pitt plus the 8.5 because I know Lamar Jackson's out and Huntley can't hit the broadside of a barn. So I know Baltimore wins. It's going to be close. I got lucky because I didn't know that Pitt with who losing? With Miami losing, Pitt was alive. I didn't know that. I just thought Pitt still needed to win the game, so I was taking them. And apparently, if Miami would have won, then Pitt was out. Now, would Pitt have still played? I don't know. But once I knew Miami lost and Pitt needed the game, I felt a whole lot better. But this was lock number 2. So lock number 1, Philadelphia, needing it for the 1 seed. I can't believe they lost to New Orleans. Baltimore, Pitt, under, lock 2, easy winner. Play 3, or next play, Carolina, Tampa 3.5. They finally wake up and put some points on the board. I got Carolina 9.5. It's 30-21. I guess Tampa missed the extra point. So I'm winning. If it ends 30-21, they kick a late field goal because they need 9. So they need the field goal and the touchdown, which never works. It's hard to onside kick when the team knows you're onside kicking. Illinois 53.5, SC plus 6. And Penn State under 6. How did it? Did USC go even? Because your Tulane was 8. Oh, okay, yeah, that's good. New York Giants looked good yesterday. Possible wild card team. Well, I think they're in. Again, they look good against Indy. This is the focus that you need to understand is they look good against whom, and that's why I say, well, each week's a different animal. So yes, they look good at home against Indy. Yes, they look very good. That was the game I had here. And do I like Daniel Jones is the question. Is he gonna win for you? That's a tough one. And how are they on the road? So that's the problem. So when you beat a team like Indy or Jacksonville beating Houston, it's tough. Now Green Bay beating Minnesota at home was a huge win. They looked incredible good yesterday. And they get the Lions. They'll beat the Lions, and that leaves us with Green Bay in. I love how they go, the team you don't want to play. You want to play what? Cincinnati, Buffalo, Kansas City? You want to play any of those 3? Or in this case, I don't think you want to play Frisco with Brock Purdy. They're a whole different team. Philly, if they don't have Hurts, apparently they suck. And then Dallas, we know they choke. And Minnesota, we know chokes. So it's the only team. So it's going to be San Francisco against Cincinnati probably. So we have Carolina 18-2 road dog, now 19-2 road dog. They played good on the road. They were winning all the game, and then Tampa got a few late touchdowns. Brady, where's this been all year? Finally comes out again. It's a clutch game. They need the win to win it, so they get the win. Backs against the wall. Tampa won, but they won by 6. So, again, there's another winner in Carolina. The Niners in Oakland. Oakland starting Stidham. I take Frisco. I lay 3 in a teaser. I got a 9. I know there was a lot of 9.5s and 9, so I made sure I got it where I'm only laying 3. I get a push. 37-34. I think I'm going to win. It's 34-27 late in the game, and Stidham drives them down. So you got to scratch your head going, wait a minute, the Niners couldn't stop Stidham. He lights them up for 34 points. Like, is Derek Carr that bad? Like, where was Derek Carr doing this? And then why didn't they go with Stidham? Now he's from Auburn. I don't mind him. I thought he should have been New England's quarterback, which shows you New England's offensive problems. They have Stidham, and they don't do shit with them. And then he goes to Oakland. Now he lights it up against the Niners. Well, New England's got Mac Jones, who still sucks. Zappy looks good, but they go with Jones. So this is a push for me. The Niners laying the 3. The Jets in Seattle, I was all over this, as you know. saying take the home dog, and the home dog wins easy 23-6. Seattle had to win. They're at home and they're the dog. There's no way they're losing. The Jets with Mike White, Joe Namath, or anybody aren't going to score. And Seattle came to play, and their players are playing, and Lockett was playing with a hurt finger. And you just knew they were fired up, and they kill them easy, 23-6. This was a very easy home dog. Should have been a lock. Once I knew Lockett was playing, that kind of made me mad. So I don't lock it, but I do have the Seattle as a home dog. Next lock, Minnesota Green Bay, was the free play here, was go over 47-48, so 41-42. Green Bay gets you over by themselves, 41-17. So we win the over. It was the strangest game in the fact that we just want points. So here comes Minnesota, blocks the punt the first 2 minutes of the game, have the ball at the 2-yard line. You're like, okay, great, here's 7 points. And they can't score. I mean, it reminded me of the mini Ram playoff game in the 70s when the Rams have the ball that Minis won, and they kick the field goal. It gets blocked, and Minnesota runs it back for a touchdown. Well, here they can't score, and they go up 3-0. You have the ball first and goal at the 1, and you can't score, and you're playing for the 1 seed. That tells you all you need to know about Minnesota. Hey, Bobby, good morning. Bobby Bo reporting. That's good man. You like the over? Yeah, I've given you that. You got Mississippi State to win today. Yeah, well, their spread went up to 3.5. Illinois' best player is sitting out, and maybe another or two. But, yeah, that's probably – I know you like it because of the coach. I don't like it. I like the game under more than Mississippi State. I see my TCU Georgia game is still 14.5 and 60. I'm absolutely don't understand that line at all. TCU in 20 is a joke, and over 54 is a bigger joke. I don't get how that can be. That makes no sense to me. My spread would be Georgia -7. I mean, TCU put it up. Yeah. Well, I mean, or so's the over. 60 down to 54 is a steal. Look how they scored. Georgia's going to score on TCU is going to score on Georgia, and Georgia's certainly going to score on TCU. Michigan walked up and down the field, and the hidden part is TCU got 2 pick sixes. So, but really, Michigan fumbled at the 1, so that's more points. So over 54 is a joke because Georgia's scoring at will. I like Stenson Bennett. He's a good quarterback. And then TCU's coach is just he's an offense. He's like the Tennessee coach, just a offensive guru. They're going to score. They score on Michigan, who had a good defense. I don't see where this is not going to be the same thing where TCU puts, if Ohio State puts up a 40 on Georgia, TCU is going to put up a 30. Georgia's going to score 40 on TCU easily. That's a 70-point game, and we're laying 54. So I took that all day. We'll talk about that later in the week. My power, you have power ratings profit? Very good. Have Georgia at about a 4-point. I think they're a 7 to 10-point favorite. But TCU is so underrated. They beat fucking Texas, Oklahoma, Oak State, Baylor, Kansas State, and Kansas. I mean, that I don't get. Nobody's like, all I hear in Michigan was, well, they beat them while they were ranked. Yeah, because the rankings are so stupid that as soon as you lose, you go down in the ranking. So TCU beats Baylor, and Baylor's ranked, 10. But now Baylor's got a loss because TCU beat them. So now Baylor goes down in the rank. Well, no, there's still a 10. There's still a top 10 team. The fact that TCU beat them, now they go down to 20. Well, yeah, because you're looking at record when you do it. So the whole assumption of these rankings are bullshit because they're looking at record only and not who they played. And that's the problem with the Pac-10. So if USC loses to Utah, what is that? It doesn't mean anything. Utah's a very good team. Utah loses to UCLA. UCLA loses to Oregon. Oregon lost to Washington. They all lost to very, very good teams. So therefore, don't tell me that they're not a good team, right? So Michigan lost, Ohio State lost to Michigan, and they only fell to 4. Why didn't they go to 10? Because they hadn't had a good win. They beat Notre Dame by 11 the first week with a different quarterback who sucked, and they got rid of the quarterback. So basically, the whole rankings, this is why I rank them for you. And I'm saying that Kansas State and Oklahoma State at the time until the quarterback got hurt, and Texas and TCU and Kansas State were all top 10 teams. Even though they all beat each other, they were still top 10 teams. Kansas State, fucking great team. I'm still shocked by that Alabama score. I don't understand that. It's funny how Alabama's players played a meaningless game. I thought they'd be sitting out. Why did they play? Because Nick Saban threatened them, or what is Nick Saban trying to be the national champ because they beat Kansas State by 40 points? Well, look, yeah, we weren't in the playoff picture, but, we're Alabama, and we beat a good Kansas State team, so we should be number one. I mean, that's probably going through his mind. The guy's so deluded. My green tea, Bobby. First thing I'm eating. Profit, my power ratings take strength of scheduling as a factor as well. As what is MOV? My own value or what? Well, that's what I'm telling you. The Pac-10 and the Big 12 playing margin of victory. Well, I don't care about margin of victory because in college they're going to run it up for exactly the reason you're saying. They look at us, we won by 40, so we're a better team than if we won by 3. I don't know about that. I mean, TCU beat Texas 17-10. I don't care how much they beat them by. That was a big win at Texas as a dog. Now, if you were to add that into your equation going, oh, they won as a road dog or a home dog and they get the win, that should count as 3 or 4 extra points because you were a dog and you won. Utah did that against USC. Utah was the best team in the Pac-10. Then you had Oregon and you had UCLA and USC. UCLA was better than USC, and UCLA and Utah were the best 2, and probably Oregon there. And they were all probably top 5 teams. Utah gets screwed for some reason. They won the Pac-12. The only game they lost was really UCLA, and I think they lost to Oregon. Otherwise, so you're going to tell me Utah's not good? I mean, this is the problem with 4 teams in the bowl. And this is going to fix a lot. When you have 12 or 16 teams in the playoff, you don't have the guys sitting out so they don't get hurt for the NFL, which is the biggest joke I've ever heard. I would have if I was a GM and I'm drafting players, I'd have a list of guys and I'd call them up saying, you sit out, you're not getting drafted. And I wouldn't draft any of them. I don't want a guy who's a loser, who doesn't want to play, who's afraid to get hurt. He might get hurt. Then I don't want him because then I'm going to draft him and the guy's not going to play because he's afraid to get hurt in the NFL. I need a tackle. Oh, he's not going to tackle the guy because he might get hurt. And I see that in the pros all the time. How many times do you see a runner? He's going down the sidelines and then he goes out of bounds not to take the hit. What the fuck is that? This is the NFL. Jim Brown always called these guys pussies. They would run out of bounds, and he said, no. You get that extra 2 or 3 yards. You run them over, and you keep going. You don't run out of bounds. And absolutely. Profit. I can set a limit on margin of victory, say 20 or 30 points. Yeah, but what does it really mean? So, if Alabama beats New Mexico State 52-0, what does it mean? Does that mean they're a better team? And how about when Alabama beats Mississippi 30-20? I mean, what does that mean? I don't buy it. I mean, Georgia beat Tennessee 26-13 or something like that, right? So what does that mean? It means Georgia beat Tennessee. That's all I care about. If they would have won by 3 or 30, it's the same win. They dominated them. So you've got to look at the whole picture. Bobby, I think it depends on some of the other variables, such as playing on the road, et cetera, and who a team loses to. Well, that's what I'm saying. You almost want to look at, are they the road dog in one, like TCU at Texas? TCU goes on the road at Texas and wins 17-10. That's not being, they should get extra credit for that, and they're not. It's just they look at the record. This is the problem. And Alabama should not have been in the top 10. They beat Texas by 1. They beat A&M by, 2 or 4? No, I guess 4, because if it was 2, they would have kicked a field goal. And then they lose to Tennessee. They lose to LSU. They don't play Georgia. They don't play Florida. They don't play Kentucky. I mean, who does their schedule? I mean, it's a bunch of, they make sure they get Vanderbilt, and Tennessee's the only one, and they lost. So that's 2 losses, and they win at Texas by 1. That should drop them even further. Is that better to beat Texas by 1 at Texas, or UCLA beating Utah at home, and UCLA beating Washington? Isn't that a better win than Alabama beating Texas by 1? I guarantee you, UCLA would have beat Texas by a whole lot more. For instance, Alabama would never, ever lose to a team like Pitt, but yet UCLA loses on the regular to these kind of teams. Well, Pitt would be like Mississippi State. Alabama lost to LSU. That's a bad loss. LSU is not good at all this year. And they losing at Tennessee, okay. Maybe you don't hurt them as bad because it was at Tennessee. But beating A&M by 4 at home should knock them down 5 pegs. So if a team wins a blowout fashion of, say, 50 points, only the first 20 points would count. I don't know where margin of victory really comes into play, because we look at the pros. So KC beat Denver by 3 yesterday. What does that tell you? Does that tell you KC's not that good? Is Denver better than that? Or it's just another win for Kansas City. So why does it count if they win by 50? It depends who you beat by 50. Georgia beating Oregon 49-3 should put Georgia, does that make Georgia a better team than if they beat them 24-3? Or Georgia beat Ohio State by 1. Well, Ohio State's not a very good team, but they beat them by only 1. Does that not make Georgia as good? No. Well, it was a playoff game. They won 42-41. I think the bottom line is they won, and I think what you're saying, Prophet, is so they played Ohio State, so they get 10 points right off the bat for beating a good team who it's questionable if they were a good team. And then what's the difference if they beat them by 1 or 20? TCU beat Michigan by 6. Doesn't matter if they beat them by 20. They were up 20 in the game. Well, what should matter is Michigan. But we get back to the ranking. The ranking's flawed because it's based on teams. It's based on record. It's not based on who they played. So they don't get more credit. TCU's not getting more credit for beating Texas and Kansas State and Oklahoma State and Kansas State. They're not getting the extra boost for beating those teams, as you can see by the line of Georgia 14.5. There's no credit given to TCU for those wins, and that's what I'm arguing about. There should be. Bobby's SEC is by far two conference. Bobby, you're drinking already. SEC is by far two conference than I get some other teams like Ohio State, TCU, etc. I stopped talking Oregon serious for years since they always get killed in big games. That's not true. What are you saying again in English? Uh, SEC is by far the top conference. Is that what you're trying to say? I disagree with you. I think the Big 12 and the Pac-10 were the top two conferences. Big 10 sucked this year. And SEC, besides Georgia, didn't have a good team. I'm not, Alabama is Penn State, probably. And Oregon, well, because Oregon got killed in big games doesn't mean they're bad. They did beat UCLA. They had some good wins, and then they lost to Washington, and they got killed by Georgia. So getting killed by Georgia really kills them, even though they were a very good team. That's a hard one, and it's just a loss. But you do have to look at the loss. But the fact they lost 49-0 or 17-0 really doesn't matter. Profit conference play is more important since teams have common opponents such as Georgia and Bama. Well, nobody has those opponents. That's the problem. Kentucky didn't play. Kentucky played Georgia. Tennessee did have those, but Florida didn't. They just had Georgia. And then on LSU, they didn't play Georgia till the championship game. So because they're in the South, the East and West, they don't have common opponents. That's part of the problem. I do think conference play is more important. I think winning the conference, if you have a fair and normal schedule and playoff, I think is important. I think that's more important. It should be like the NFL in the sense that if you're a playoff team, you're playing the playoff teams next year. As you can see, Cincinnati goes to the Super Bowl. What do they get? KC. They get Buffalo, where Jacksonville is not playing any team like that. I think Philadelphia. So I think if you make it more, if you make it like, why isn't Alabama playing Georgia every year? It should be weighted top heavy. So Bama should be playing Georgia, Tennessee, and Kentucky next year because they finished like one or two. Well, they finished two. LSU should be playing them. That's how you do it, and the weaker teams should be playing the weaker teams. But Alabama, if you notice, they always play the weak teams, except for Tennessee, who just finally became good. Tennessee's been sucking, so to call that a good team just isn't, it's not happening. Bobby, I am by no means a biased Bama guy, but they lose to LSU in a 2-point conversion and had Tennessee beat until late flag handed Tennessee the game on the fourth down. Well, but the bottom line is they lost. Now, does it matter that they lose by 2-3 points or 20 points? No. LSU's not a good team, so to lose to LSU by 2 or 20, they're a bad team. Doesn't make any sense. I mean, they lost to Florida State, so LSU's not good. Georgia beat them by 20. So you want a common denominator it. Georgia beats LSU by 20 or 30, and Alabama loses to them by 2. Does that make Georgia a better team than Alabama because they beat LSU by more? You can't, you got a hodgepodge in college because of the different schedules, and that's the problem. That's why Alabama should play the top 3 teams in the East or the West, or let's get rid of these Butler states. Why is Alabama the weekend before Auburn playing Butler State? Why aren't they playing Georgia that weekend or Kentucky or Florida, another good team? What the hell are they doing playing that? So on your thing, Bobby, they should not get any points for beating a Division II team. It should be a 0 for them. You're not picking up ground. So if we do it kind of the way you guys are saying, if TCU beats a good Kansas State team, they get 5 points, let's say. So if Alabama schedules New Orleans State, a Division III team, they get 0 points. And at the end of the day, you add up the points, and TCU's got 100 points in Alabama because they played 2 Division II teams. Maybe you only get 50 points. That might be a better way to do it. Then it's based on the points. So if you play a good schedule, then so Alabama beating Texas by 1 maybe only gets 2 or 3 points. Being A&M by 2 at home, you maybe only get 1 point because that's a terrible win. A&M sucked this year. So that's my point. Maybe that's how you do it, Prophet, where you give them points for the win, and when they schedule this crap team, they don't get any, then just add the points. And then it's how many points. Now, if they win by 50, you give them what points you would give them for 20, over 20. Maybe you give them 3 points if you beat them by over 20. Does it matter if you beat them by 40 or you beat them by 10? It depends who, but I don't know. It's all matchup, so it's very hard. Let's see. So Bobby, you're kissing Bama's ass, I see. I thought you were an LSU guy. Prophet, pro football is more about strength of schedule. Pro football, well, pro football, first of all, they're all playing pro teams. You don't have Arkansas State in the mix. There's no Green Bay is not playing Illinois, or they're not playing Indiana. They're playing Minnesota and the Bears and the Lions. So I don't know about strength of schedule. I do know they do. If you make the playoffs, you're playing playoff teams the next year. And if you don't make the playoffs, you're playing the lower end teams. So you do have that. It used to be the Lions. They make a playoff game, and then the next year they'd have the tough schedule and they'd go 4-12, and then they'd get the easy schedule and then they'd make the playoffs again. So against good teams, they always had trouble. Bobby, I agree about Georgia not having to beat Ohio State by a lot, as Ohio State still got great talented players and Georgia still showed the true heart of a champion, found a way to win. Yeah, but at this point, once you're in the playoff, it doesn't matter. We're not ranking the team. Win, and so if they beat TCU, they're the champs. I got no problem with that. I did have a problem when Alabama and Georgia and Alabama played LSU, and LSU went to Alabama and beat them. And LSU's undefeated, and Alabama with 1 loss. They get in the championship game, and Alabama beats them in the championship game, and Alabama's the champ. And I go, wait, LSU went to Alabama and won, so now they're even at 1 apiece. Why is Alabama the champ? Should still be LSU because they won at Alabama. That's totally disregarded, and they totally made the playoff game. It wasn't a playoff game. It was a 1-game thing. And they said, well, the winner of this is the champ. What are you talking about? So now let's look at it. They've each lost 1 time. LSU's loss was in a neutral site. Alabama's loss was at home to LSU. LSU should have been the champ. That's the problem I had with that. LSU was a better team than Alabama, even though they played twice, and then so now it's 1-1. Well, that totally got disregarded, and it was totally that's now for the finals, but it shouldn't have been. It wasn't a playoff game, so that was a problem I had. Prophet, the problem with college football is lack of common opponents. Well, it's not even that. Like I said, Alabama plays 2 Division II teams. What the hell is that? The Big Ten, as bad as Michigan's schedule was, at least they played Hawaii and Colorado State, which the teams sucked, but they were still Division I teams. So, they didn't know Hawaii was going to have a new coach and suck the way they did, but that was what happened. But again, the problem is that Alabama should be playing Georgia, Florida, Kentucky, Tennessee, whoever the top 3 are in that side. That's who Alabama should play. And the same with Georgia. They should play Alabama, LSU, and Old Mississippi State or something. That should be the norm, because Georgia's not playing Alabama either, not to their fault. I think they do play Auburn every year. But what is that? Alabama plays Tennessee every year. But if Tennessee sucks, why? That's a rivalry. Well, okay, but that's really the problem, Prophet, is who they play on the other end. I think it was USC that didn't play Oregon or Washington, and UCLA played them both, and Utah played them both. And I think that was a big problem. If USC would have played them both, they wouldn't have done what they did. Bobby, Oregon would never found a way to beat Ohio State. Oregon has lost so many big games. They never won a real game. I don't know about that. Ohio State really didn't deserve to be there. That should have been Kansas State as the 4 team, or it should have been Utah. Those should have been the 4. Utah won the Pac-10, beat USC. Why wasn't Utah there? Oh, because they lost to UCLA, who's another top 5 team. So that doesn't – they take too much of the – so – if Kansas City's lost 3 games, so is Buffalo, and so is Cincinnati's lost 4 games. But they're still the top 3 in the so should we knock them down because they've lost? I mean, that's the problem in college, right? So of course USC, or let's take Utah and UCLA. Well, of course one of them is going to lose, but they're both great teams. What the hell are you doing? And then you can't read it because UCLA doesn't play Charbonneau in the game, where if it was a playoff game, he's playing. And that's what and then Utah today looks like they're sitting out Rising, the running back, and the tight end. Well, if it's a playoff, they're all playing. Then you get the true thing. So you can't even look at today if Utah loses and then say, well, Utah lost, but they didn't play any of their players. That's what I have against these idiots sitting out. I wouldn't draft any of them. Bobby, Oregon would okay. Bobby, yeah, but Oregon lost to LSU a few years back. Also lost to Ohio State in NC game. What's an NC game? I've literally never seen Oregon beat an SEC. Well, how many times does Oregon play an SEC team, Bobby? Come on. Talk to me about them in the Pac-10. How many times did they beat USC or UCLA? Then I can listen, but if you don't play the SEC, very rarely. I thought they played Auburn a few years ago, or maybe it was LSU, a real close game. But you can't, it's apples and oranges. College teams make their own schedule for all non-conference games as well. Well, that's what I'm saying. So what you do is you give them points. And if you want to schedule a Division II team, North Texas State, you don't get you get 0 points for it. That would keep them from doing it because now I need points. And now you're trying to get points. And then it evens it out. And then you've got to find a new way to rank teams. You can't just do it on win-loss. You've got to do it on who they played. So Utah losing to UCLA shouldn't drop Utah down 5 notches. I mean, they're, based on their criteria, a top 5 team. And I think you can't even go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think you go, they're a 1 through 5 team, they're a 6 through 10 team, or something like that. But the whole Pac-10 is probably a 5 through 10. They're all USC, UCLA, Utah, Oregon, Washington, Oregon State are all right up there as top 10 teams. And because they beat each other and then have a losing record, you're going to penalize them because they played. So Oregon loses to Oregon State, who's a good team. So you're going to penalize Oregon because they lost to Oregon State, and they're going to be number 10 when Alabama's playing South Dakota State. I mean, that's what doesn't make sense in college. I do agree that beating shitty D team games, they shouldn't count. Yes, that old BCS system with top 2 teams automatically playing for national championship was complete horseshit. Well, especially why did Alabama – they had lost at home to LSU. Why was that the championship game? And why – so Alabama doesn't play anybody, and then, we only have 1 loss, so automatically Alabama's one of the best teams. What the fuck are you talking about? That's not how it works. So that's the problem with Alabama. They always tend to get in because they're Alabama, because they pay their players, but nobody ever blows the whistle on Alabama paying their players. And so they get better players. It's totally ridiculous. By the way, what kind of coffee you drinking? I'm having green tea with honey, cinnamon, and ginger, and a couple pinches of lemon. Good. I haven't eaten yet. I got my avocado waiting to go here as soon as I get a chance to eat it. Profit, we need a 16-team playoff. These bowl games are meaningless now. Yeah, see, I like in the day, in the 70s, right? I think he's sitting out. All of a sudden, Utah, Penn State's a 1.5 point favorite, so I imagine he's sitting out. I don't know why the line would have moved if he was playing. And Rising's the type that tells you 10 minutes before the game. Let's see if it went to 2.5. He's sitting out, I think. Penn State's a 1.5, so we assume Rising's sitting out. Well, okay, when I was in the 70s, you would have like the one team being the big, like Oklahoma and Nebraska, and then you'd have the two team being like Notre Dame or Alabama, and they wouldn't play each other. So if the one team lost to another, like to Michigan or Ohio State, then the two team won their bowl game. They were the one team. That they would win it without playing each other. But it was a hell of a lot better than what we have now. So I mean, like, Michigan. Look at Michigan. They 1997. They beat Washington State by 4. They were undefeated, and then Nebraska beat whoever, and in totally different games, and they ended up both undefeated, and they tied, which was because Osborne was retiring. They gave it to him. A great reason to give a team number one, but now Michigan and Nebraska would have played each other and got it. So I don't mind that. So I think you need the extra game, but I don't mind like the Big 8 going to the Orange Bowl and the Big 10, the Rose Bowl, and the Pac-10 and the Rose Bowl. So Ohio State, USC every year, great games. And then you had Nebraska, Miami, Nebraska, Florida State. Those were great games. That's what you've screwed that up now. So the Big Ten's not going to the Rose, although this might be a Rose Bowl game. Who knows anymore? You've screwed up New Year's Day, which was Rose Bowl, Orange Bowl, Sugar Bowl, Cotton Bowl. I think you started Cotton, then you went Rose and Orange, and then Sugar was the night before or something. So that's totally screwed up. You've lost all that, and now you have, like you're saying, these bowl games that are, who cares? What you had Ohio playing Wyoming? What the fuck? Who cares? Today, LSU, Penn, Purdue. Who cares? Mississippi State, Illinois. Who cares? These aren't even teams ranked at the top 25. Then you get Tulane, USC. Okay, but why is USC playing Tulane? It doesn't make any sense. And Penn State, Utah, I think, is a Rose Bowl game, which again doesn't make any sense because it doesn't mean anything. It's not the Big Ten champ and the Pac-10 champ. Well, it is the Pac-10 champ, Utah, but Utah slaps everybody in the face and their players aren't playing. What is that? You think Archie Griffin would have missed a Rose Bowl game or the Michigan? The 10-10 tie in 72, and Denny Franklin hurts his shoulder. He said, I've heard interviews. He said, I would have played in the Rose Bowl. Even though he had like a hurt shoulder, he was going to play in the game. So, I mean, the guys are going to play. I mean, believe me, you played for Bo. You would not have had any player would not have been sitting out if Bo was coaching Michigan. This bullshit that Harbaugh allows these players to stay on the team and they sit out. You would not have had with Bo. He'd have killed the guy. I mean, that never would have happened. Bobby, Rising is, well, okay. Bobby, oh, shit, that's the exact tea I was planning on making today. Why is that oh, shit? You can still have it. We can drink the same thing. Laugh a lot. It helps with my cold, too, as I've been sick since Wednesday. Well, there you go, Bobby. Yeah, this is perfect. It's perfect for health. The cinnamon, the honey, the ginger is very good, and the lemon. It's very good for you. Yeah, I just checked the Mississippi State-Illinois game, and the stadium looks damn near empty. Yeah, well, there was a game at Utah, right? And with the problem at the border, there was nobody there. This was the UCLA game. There's probably 10 people in the stands, and it was like when my daughter played softball, it was just the parents. It's like nobody's going to the game. And with this whole border issue, but we won't get into the border shit. But yeah, I mean, that's what you have here is that. So the problem is, yes, we need a 16-team playoff. to get all these teams playing and all these players playing, because it's not right if guys sit out the game. It's ridiculous. Why is okay? We know Utah. We know Kincaid and the running back are sitting out. Why? Why are they sitting out? And then why didn't they sit out the USC game, or the UCLA game, or the Washington game? Why are they sitting out this game but not those? They could have got hurt in those games just as easily as they could have got hurt in this game. So I really don't understand it. It's a slap in the face. I don't know why bowl games have all of a sudden are like, now they're calling them exhibitions. Well, what were they before? They were games. So if Michigan plays Hawaii, is that an exhibition or is that a real game? Oh, that's a real game. Oh, well, what is this? Why isn't this a real game? So I don't like that at all, that they're trying to make us an exhibition and guys are sitting out. They're cheapening it. So, Prophet, you almost need a 32-team playoff, because then you got everybody playing and trying, and they can be the champ. Now, look what happened with Georgia, Ohio State, and look what happened with TCU, Michigan. There was 15 other teams that, the whole Pac-12 and Big 12 would have done the same thing to Michigan. Oregon, Washington, UCLA, Utah, USC would have all done the exact thing to Michigan that TCU did, as well as Kansas State, Baylor, Oak State, if Spencer Sanders was healthy, Texas. They all would have done the same thing, because they're all the same as TCU. So all of them. So you got 10 teams that would have beat Michigan. And then Ohio State doing that to Georgia. The same teams I just named would have done the same thing to Georgia. That's why I don't mind TCU getting the points from Georgia. How is it 14.5? I don't, if they couldn't stop Ohio State, I don't see them stopping TCU. I like their coach. I like their quarterback. Very fast team. Very good. I don't understand that line. Prophet, Illinois under 53.5 is looking good. Yeah, well, they're a very strong defense, and without their running back, they're not going to score. That was like the Pitt-Baltimore game. I had that game locked under, and I turn on a movie. I come back. There's a minute left in the game, and it's 13-9, and I'm like, okay, I think under 42 is a winner. Just pathetic football, the Baltimore Raven Colts. Bobby, yeah, I would no longer consider drafting any player who chooses to sit out. That's not a real player. I agree with you 100%, Bobby. That's exactly what I've been saying. These are guys that are afraid to play. Why, if I'm an NFL team, do I want a guy who's gonna, my ankle hurts, I tweaked my hamstring, my arm hurts, I'm going to sit out. That's what you're going to get, and that's what you got with McCaffrey and Fournette for years. And the guy from Michigan, Jabril Peppers, doesn't even play. That's what you get. They're all pussies. They all want to just that's the whole NFL now. Oh, I got the how many guys got a hurt hamstring? Are you serious? You look at some of these rosters, the whole team's in, Baltimore, they got 25 guys on their injured list. That's the problem. You're dealing with pussies now, and it's the same thing, and they're getting paid big money, and they just sit out because they who knows if they're injured. I mean, we can't really measure a hamstring, right? You can see a broken bone, but you can't, I pulled my hamstring. Did you really? Well, maybe, But if I get traded, so McCaffrey gets traded to San Francisco, his knee's fine, his hamstring's fine, he plays every game. The other guy, Tony, gets traded from the Giants to Kansas City. Now he's playing with Mahomes. He's fine. Julio Jones still injured, but playing a lot more with Tampa. I guarantee in the playoffs, Julio Jones is going to be fine. No, not if my knee's fine. No, what are you talking about? Profit. They would have to shorten the schedule if they went to a 30 team. No, they wouldn't. Not really. Because what you would do, just let me read Bobby. Professor, I have a silver question. Go ahead, Bobby. I'll go with you in a second, Prophet. I got a solution to your question. All right, we'll wait for Bobby to ask a silver. Bobby, just ask the question. You don't say I have a silver question. What is your silver question? So, if they had a 32 team, okay, first of all, the conference championship games turn into a playoff round. That's what you do. So that takes you down from 32 to 16 without doing anything, just having your conference championship games. The winners move on. So we got 8 conferences. That's 16 teams right there. And then you have room for, Georgia and Alabama and Tennessee and LSU, whatever, or UCLA, USC, Utah all get in, or Kansas State and TCU and Baylor all make it because you had a bunch of good teams in your conference. So now you're down to 16 before you even, because now it's a waste of time having the conference championship game and they play another game, right? So Michigan plays Purdue. Well, what did that accomplish? So they play Purdue, okay, and now you have the 14. Well, if that was against, and it doesn't have to be in conference, it could be Michigan could have played Oregon in a playoff game, not conference champion. Do we need a conference champion? You just played the conference. So Michigan won. Why do they now have to play Purdue? Who the fuck's Purdue? Maybe, but they just beat Ohio State, so that's gone. They beat Penn State. Do they need to play Iowa or Wisconsin? Or why didn't they? Let's bring Utah in. Okay, this is one of the 32 that we're talking about. That's how you solve that problem. Then you're down to 16, which goes 8, 4, 2, and then the championship. So maybe it's an extra game that you play. All right, Bobby. That's why people can say what they want about Brett Favre. It's a V, not a B. But that's why I always respected Favre. Okay. Because he will play no matter what, even with fucking bounties on his head by the Saints or his dad dying. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly. Well, he played for his dad, and he's not going to – you're a football player, and Bobby, you're a baseball player. You're going to – if somebody says they're going to throw at you, are you going to not go to the batter's box? Fuck you. So, yeah, I mean, but a lot of players are probably like that. Okay, so I was watching a video and heard an interesting point. What happens if I attempt to sell some silver at coin store and have no receipt, etc.? Won't they think it's potentially stolen and not buy it? Why would they think it's stolen? And how do you prove it's stolen? You don't need a receipt. What if you paid cash for it? I mean, it's the same thing if you go to Target and you buy Oreos and you don't keep your receipt. And you get home and you notice the bag's ripped and you say, I want another bag. Do they question that it was stolen, or they just, here's another bag? If you have an ounce of silver, you have an ounce of silver. Who would think it's stolen? Where's that coming from? I don't know what video this is. If I attempt to sell some silver at the coin store and have no receipt, who gives a fuck? Won't they think it's potential? I would think if I went back to my coin store with the 20 ounce of silver, and silver's at $2,000 an ounce times 20, $40,000. Why would they think it's stolen? And what do they care? First of all, how would you ever prove that the silver is stolen? It's impossible. I mean, what is it? Winners, keepers, losers, weepers. Here, I have an ounce of silver. Maybe the silver at the coin store is stolen, but we don't care because it's an ounce of silver. So as long as I have an ounce of silver, we have an ounce of silver. So you're familiar with black market, right? The mafia and things, good things like that. So in the black market, let's say somebody's paying $1,000 an ounce silver now. You think it's stolen? Do you think it matters? Does it care? I was watching this movie Thief with James Caan. So it's I think a late 70s movie. And he steals diamonds. He goes in, blows up the safe, steals the diamonds, and then he goes to sell them. They're stolen, but the people buying the diamonds, do you think they care that it's stolen diamonds? How do you prove it? So, how in the world are they trying to prove that it is stolen? Why would you need a receipt to prove it? Why would you need anything to prove it? Prove it's stolen. How can they even prove? And even if it is, who cares? There's absolutely no proof that you've stole it. There's no proof that of anything. You're getting paranoid on me, Bobby. You walk in with an ounce of silver, it's an ounce of silver, they're going to buy it. For them to even think it's stolen, it doesn't matter. It's who cares? It might be, but I don't care because there's no. Okay, if it was numbered, and I had this in an auction once, I was on eBay. This is in the late 90s. And there was Topps Red Label. So it was a Topps set, and they had black label cards, and they had red label cards. And the red label cards were numbered. I got a John Elway red label number 7 out of 50. So they were numbered. His jersey happened to be 7, which I didn't even realize. I got a 50 count Elway for, I don't know, 50, 60 bucks. So I was happy with it. Well, it turns out I don't get it. And the guy kind of gives me my money back. And then later on, a month or two later, I see this auction where I see coin 7 out of 50 in the auction. I go, what the fuck? What? Because it's numbered, so I can tell. Yes, it is number 7 out of 50. If it's not numbered, I can't tell. Silver and gold are not numbered. It's that number 200 out of, I don't know how many ounces of silver there are. So I see it in an auction. I complain to eBay, and the guy's excuse is, "Oh, I sent the coin to the wrong guy." And I says, "I don't care. I want the coin. Either that or I got the money back." And I don't remember what it was, but it was identifiable because it said 7/50, and it happened to be his number. The guy probably didn't like I won the auction for 80 bucks. Probably wanted 300 or 400 for it because it was his jersey number. So if you got an Emmitt Smith 22 out of 50, then it's probably more valuable than just a regular Emmitt Smith 40 out of 50. So with that said, I could identify it. How the hell are they going to identify your silver and gold, Bobby? It's impossible because it's not numbered. It's just 1 ounce of silver. It's an American Eagle. It's a Buffalo. It's a Maple Leaf. They cannot identify it. So how could they possibly say it's stolen? So quit watching these stupid videos that you're watching because they don't make any sense. I would put a negative comment on this going, you're the dumbest idiot. And the professor said, you're the dumbest idiot I've ever seen. Stop doing videos like this. One of the guys, the video said a homeless woman walked in his store on drugs and attempted to seep him gold. Bobby. Okay, you're obviously what? You're taking your whiskey this early? The video said a homeless woman walked in his store on drugs and attempted to sell him gold, and you're telling me the guy wouldn't take the gold? Like, really? They were emphasizing the importance of developing a good relationship. Okay, that might be true. And that I have with my guy. If I walk in with gold, he knows I probably bought it from him and he's not even going to question. But they have ways of testing. If the homeless woman has gold, okay, fine. She walks into a store and I'm the owner. I don't care if she's homeless. I test the gold. If the gold's real, I give her $1,800. Well, I don't get the problem. So he thinks it's stolen. Who cares? It's an ounce of gold. It doesn't matter if he thinks it's stolen. There's no serial number on it. There's nothing there that would identify it as stolen. And I go in and buy gold, silver all the time, right? I never worry it's stolen because you can't prove it anyway. So when I show you my silver and my gold, as I've done here in the last couple of weeks, it could all be stolen. It's all from the Roman Empire. I mean, theoretically, this is probably Julius Caesar's gold that I have that they remelted down. They do that now. The Chinese send gold to India, I believe, who melt it down and then turn it into another type of gold. So that's just how China wants it. Just so, is it stolen? How about if you got Nazi gold? Well, that's all stolen. So if it has the swastika on it, so you got a bar, you go find a bar of gold with the swastika on it. It's stolen, but guess what? It's still worth whatever the freaking bar's worth of gold. So it's still worth a ton. So therefore, nobody cares it's stolen because you can't prove it. Maybe the Nazi, but if you watch Goldfinger, did the guy James Bond had that block of gold? Did Goldfinger say, "Hey, it's stolen. I'm not going to bet you"? Or did he salivate, going, "Oh shit, here's a bar of gold. I want it"? You can't dictate it's stolen or not. It's impossible. So anyway, let me get back to finishing up the pros. So Mini Green Bay, a real strange game. Mini blocks the punt, has the ball at the 1 yard line of Green Bay, and doesn't score. And we bet the game over. I'm freaking out. So they kick a field goal. Then they kick off, and Green Bay runs it back for a touchdown. I'm going, okay, I got 10 points, even though Mini can't score. I got 10 points in the first 2 minutes of the game. Then Mini driving back throws a pick six. Now I got 17 points in a game that I should have had 7 from Mini. Then Mini misses 2 field goals. I'm going, I just got fucked out of 10 points. The 2 field goals is 6 and 4 for not getting the touchdown. I go, I hope this doesn't come back to haunt me. Fortunately, it didn't. Green Bay puts up 41 on their own. It's 41. It's a 58. We're over 47. That's your free play. So I was happy that my free play didn't get jinxed. I love when I pick every game right and I give a free play, and that's the one loser. And I feel so bad because I'm not giving a free play to lose, giving a free play so you guys can make money. And LA, San Diego, I like the game over. I did play it over with one of my friends who we do the teasers. 31-10 San Diego. I'm only needing 35. I get 41. And the question is what happened to LA? So they put up 50 points on Denver, go to San Diego, who does not have a strong defense, and only scores 10. Now you're scratching your head. They go to Green Bay, score 10. At home, they beat Denver with a great defense and put up 50. Go to San Diego, which wasn't even a road game because they both play in the same fucking stadium. The stupidest thing I've ever heard. And they scored 10 again. That'd be like me having a business, let's say Target, and I put it in a Kroger's. I mean, it'd be like, well, we're sharing space. Who would share their space? What kind of moron the owner of San Diego is an idiot. Bon appetit, my avocado. Why would you move your team from San Diego, where you're a monopoly, to LA, where you're competing with the Rams? You have no fan base. That's like when the Rams moved to St. Louis. They had no fan base. Then they win a Super Bowl, they get a fan base. Then they move back to LA, again with no fan base, and the fan base of St. Louis is pissed off. Anyway, so that's the run. So let's recap. So hit the Detroit over, lose Philadelphia, hit Miami, hit Pitt and the under, hit Carolina, hit the Niners was a push, hit Seattle, hit the over in Mini Green Bay, and hit the over in LA, San Diego. So 1-0, 2-0, 3-0. We won't count Frisco. We'll push it. 4-0, 5, 6-0, 7-0, 7-1, 8-1. So 8-1 with the game over tonight. Not bad. Only losing Philadelphia. And the strangest part about what I do is when you go 8-1, you always ask Todd when he comes on. I always go 9-1. We do 10-team teasers, 8-team teasers, and I nail everything. And there's always that one loser, and we can't figure it out. And I can't I couldn't have gotten away from Philly clinching for the 1 seed at home. How can you get away from that against New Orleans, who, is Minshew? Okay, you could say Minshew, but I don't know about that. I mean, if Hurts would have played, would they have won? Maybe, maybe not. But there's always that one game you can't get away from. Like, I got away from Kansas City laying 12.5 down to 6.5. I got away from that game. I did get away from Houston, Jacksonville. I got away from Houston. I didn't play Arizona. So I could have played Arizona, who I liked, instead of Philly. And there's always that, why didn't I play this team instead of that? Or why did I play Philly at all? Then we would have had a perfect day. So there's always that, but that's what happens. So good day. Today, the thought of Buffalo, Cincy, the line hasn't moved, is simply Burrow against Allen. Von Miller's out. Burrow will light him up because Buffalo's defense has been sucking. Cincy needs it for the 1 seed. If they win here and then win next week against Cincinnati they have Baltimore. They'll kill Baltimore without Lamar Jackson. And then Kansas City plays Oakland. Now, I don't know. Oakland looked pretty good with Stidham against San Francisco. So now I don't buy they're just going to kill them. So now with that, you have who knows. But if KC wins, they're the 1 seed. If Cincy wins tonight, beats Baltimore, and KC loses at Oakland, then Cincy's the 1 seed. If Buffalo wins, so we don't care who wins tonight. We just want a lot of points, just like the Green Bay mini game. It would have been very hard. It would have been hard to take Minnesota plus the 9 because Green Bay needed the game. So what did I say? The team who needs the game to get into the playoffs versus the team that's already clinched is the more backs against the wall team. So where did we have that? We had the Giants needed the win, got the win. They're in the playoffs. Detroit needed the win. Chicago was out. Detroit got in. Jacksonville, as was said, didn't need it because they played Tennessee for the title. They win. Washington, Cleveland. Now, Washington needed it, and they didn't get it because they had Wentz. New Orleans, Philly. Now, there's an example. New Orleans needed it to have a chance. Philly needed it for the 1 seed. So Philly's already in, but they're not careful and they lose and Dallas wins. They're not even going to win in the division. So they're really now – they're getting stressed out, Philadelphia, with what should be easy because – their quarterback doesn't slide and got hit on the shoulder on a quarterback sneak instead of giving it to the running backs or doing a Dave Casper play action pass to the tight end. So because of that, now they don't have their quarterback because he's running, just like Baltimore with Lamar Jackson, just like a lot of these teams. Josh Allen getting beaten up, but Joe Burrow doesn't really – when he runs, he slides like Mahomes, like Herbert. They run, they slide. You get down, you don't take the hit. I was watching the Giant game, and Daniel Sims runs around the end, and he doesn't slide. And he gets violently hit, and then and another play, he runs around and instead of just going out of bounds, which he had already done, he actually stepped out of bounds, kept running, and then took a big shot from the cornerback, and he kept going. And you're like, what the fuck what are you doing, man? You wait until you get hurt, and then he'll get hurt, and then he's all done. So you got to be careful. So Hurts is out because he does a quarterback sneak and gets piled on. Not good coaching, not good quarterback play because now you're missing the guy. If he doesn't come back, they're not even going to – they won't even make the 1 seed. I mean, they'll lose – I think they get Washington, so they get a pretty – no, they get the Giants, who have clinched and can't do anything at home. I think the Giants play. I think they go to beat them, and I think Philly loses because – If they can't figure out how to let Minshew lead them, then Philly's in bigger trouble. They're the fakest 1 seed since Minnesota being a fake 3 seed. And here come the Niners, and here come Dallas. But Dallas will choke, so they won't win it. Bobby, wow, talking about a boring game, Southern Miss or Mississippi, it's Mississippi State, okay, at Alabama halfway through the second quarter. Mike Leach must be fucking. Well, I told you this is an under game, and without Illinois' um, All-American running back who's sitting out, that's about what you expect. But if you watched Illinois, they only give up 10 points a game. Illinois is the best defense in college football statistically wise. They're better than Georgia. Now, they didn't played Iowa and Wisconsin, teams with no offense, and they didn't play Michigan or Ohio State. But their defense is still a strong defense, which is why the game's an under, and will stay there. So you have that. Let's see, Denver, KC. KC was already in, playing for the 1 seed, barely wins. Miami, New England, a playoff game. It's close, although Miami had to score a late touchdown to keep it close with Skylar Thompson because Bridgewater gets hurt. Pitt, Baltimore. This is a perfect example. Pitt needs the game to make the playoffs. Baltimore is fighting for the top to win their division against Cincinnati. Who wins? Pitt wins. Because they were more desperate. They weren't in the playoffs, and Baltimore's already in. So that's the difference. Carolina, Tampa now is 30-24 because it was a do or die for both teams. So tease the dog. The Niners, Oakland. Now the Niners are playing for the 1 seed now with Philly losing and Minnesota losing. They're all of a sudden right there. And they win 37-34. I was surprised their defense was so bad against Oakland with Stidham in the game. But that goes back to they're all pros. So just because Stidham's a backup, he's still a pro. And what you saw at New England is, again, New England being inept offensively. The Jets in Seattle, this was do or die for both teams. Seattle being a home dog, they were going to play their guts out, and that's what they did. And Seattle wins as a home dog. Tease the dog. And when you get a home dog and they tease the dog playoff game, the home team's going to win 99 out of 100. Minnesota, Green Bay. Minnesota's playing for the 1 seed because Philly lost. Green Bay's playing. If they lose, they're out. So what do? They have to win, and they kill them. 41-17. So it just shows you the teams that had to win, Pittsburgh, Green Bay, Seattle, they had to win, and they won. That's the difference, getting into the playoff versus they're playing for a 1 seed or something. San Diego, LA, that was already in. San Diego was already clinched, so I don't know what they played for. And Buffalo, Cincy, both. Now, Buffalo's clinched their division. Cincinnati hasn't. Cincinnati clinches the division with the win tonight because Baltimore lost. That's the difference. So Cincinnati has more motivation because they need to clinch the division and a chance for the 1 seed, but Buffalo's already clinched. So Buffalo's playing for the 1 seed. Well, we just saw what happened like yesterday. New Orleans, or Philadelphia and Minnesota playing for the 1 seed lost against teams that were desperate. And here you have Buffalo playing for the 1 seed. And again, Cincinnati's a home dog. Cincinnati has to win to try to win the division. Again, it's another take Cincy, and there should be a ton of points. So you go over, but Buffalo will play because they are playing for the 1 seed. So it's a beautiful thing. It's like Green Bay Mini. You knew Mini was going to play because they're playing for the 1 seed. My concern is if Philadelphia won and now Mini doesn't, they're not playing for the 1 seed anymore. Are they going to show up? Well, they didn't show up anyway. This is why we hate Kirk Cousins. How many times did Kirk Cousins throw interceptions and fumbles yesterday and make bad calls? He had the third string center in, but they had 5 either delay a game or motions, or the center fucked up the snap count. The whole line moves. The center still has the ball. That happened 5 times at least. Cousins doesn't understand his surroundings, doesn't understand I got the third string center. Hey, why don't I have a talk with the third string center? Look, dude, we need it. You had 2 or 3 delay of games because the center didn't snap it. And Cousins is like this, give me the ball. Where's the center? What planet is he on? Why is he even on the team? If if I have to use the third string center and he can't handle it, he shouldn't be on the team. Get me a guy from Ohio State or Notre Dame who can handle it. That's why I say it doesn't matter in the draft. I wouldn't waste a first or second rounder on an offensive lineman because it doesn't fucking matter. What matters is that the guys you have out there understand. So that's why I would just go to Ohio State, Notre Dame, Alabama, Georgia, and take whoever's left on the board who played for those teams because the Alabama guys, I mean, as bad as they are, have to understand, are probably pretty good blockers, or Ohio State or USC or Utah. They have to be good. So I would just simply grab those guys in the fourth, fifth round. They're going to be good. They're started at that school. It's a very good school. They're good players. Not this idiot who's a third stringer on the Vikings who can't even understand the snap count. I mean, that's ridiculous. Bobby, yeah, you're right, Professor. So much for the team being inspired for Leach. Well, do they care? What's the new coach doing? Leach was the one who made the play call. He was the offensive coordinator. The other guy doesn't know what he's doing, but I'm sure they are trying to play for him. But Illinois is trying to play also. Although you would think it's an exhibition and neither team's trying to win. I don't know. It's really complex. This is the problem with the bowl games. It's supposed to be a reward for a good season, but if everybody sits out and everybody thinks it's an exhibition game, where I don't know where they're getting that from, it's never been an exhibition game. You think Michigan playing USC in the Rose Bowl with Bo in the 70s was an exhibition game? There's a lot of times it wasn't for the national championship, and they played, and Bo cried because he couldn't win a freaking bowl game till he had Anthony Carter. Until 81, he went out and lost to UCLA, USC. Look at the Ohio State USC games in the 70s. You had Lynn Swann, and then you had Archie Griffin and all those teams. And you think they thought it was an exhibition? So what changed that now here it's 2023 and the guys don't give a fuck? It's an exhibition. We're going to sit out. I mean, okay, what do I hear here? Well, the agents are telling them to sit out. I would fire the agent. If the agent told me I don't have a financial planner because I'm my own financial planner, as you should be. And if you listen to him and he tells you to put your money in stocks and bonds, I'd fire the guy for incompetence. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's all going to collapse. Oh, no, it won't collapse. What are you talking about? Well, I'm in the gold and silver. Oh, gold and silver, it's never gone up. Why would it go up? Because of BRICS, you idiot. It's just these countries need their gold to go up because they're broke. And they have the one asset that can save them. So, of course, they want the asset to go up. And the U.S. is trying to keep it down so all these countries go bankrupt. I guess they're trying to win, but printing your money to zero and all these countries, Japan, China, Russia, not wanting your bonds pretty much locks you into your dollar's worth. Nobody wants it. It's worth zero. As I say, the hot chick who's 20 years old, everybody wants to date her. And she turns 50 and she's not hot anymore. And she lost her looks, put on 50 pounds. Nobody wants to date her. She has no value. She can't get a date. People look at her going, I like the 20-year-old. Thanks very much. So that's the dollar, right? It's everybody liked her in the 70s. Now it's 2023 and they're printing it to death, which they make sure everybody knows they're doing it, but they're still keeping their foot on gold and silver and making people believe gold and silver doesn't have a value. That's why we're here. That's why I'm teaching. So it does. It's a huge value. And only Bobby would worry about it being stolen. Bobby, I don't know where you get this shit from. Why are you watching videos about stolen silver and gold? It's the stupidest video I've ever heard of. You can't prove. It's like saying this dollar's stolen. Okay, now I know there's a counterfeit test and they use the marker and if it turns colors or whatever. But if I went to a store, if this was a 10 and I went and got $10 worth of goods, why would anybody think it's counterfeit? Now, I know a lot of people aren't taking money. Maybe that's why. If you go to Kroger's where some of these stores, I go to this little fancier grocery store just for my meat, I'm not going to pay $5 more for ketchup or barbecue or salad dressing. But the meat, I go there and the meat's very good quality, and they usually put something on sale. Like I got the New York strips for $9.99 a pound on sale, and I got 3 of them. So today I'm eating the third one. New Year's Eve, New Year's. Instead of paying $50 for the same steak at the casino, I ate it. It cost me $8, and I cook it much better than they're going to cook it. They burn it. If you get a medium well steak, they burn it. What the fuck? Who serves I remember I went to Morton's Steakhouse once. They give me a medium well. You really should get a medium. And it came burnt. And I returned it. I says, I can't eat this. It's burnt. Why would you serve me a burnt steak? Well, you said medium well. Yeah, I didn't say burn the steak. I just said medium well. And watching Gordon Ramsay, you learn you want it a little pink. And so you tend to get medium is the way to order like a nice steak. Anyway, so that's the thing where the dollar's losing value, and that's what you need to understand. So that's why we're in gold and silver. Now all these countries are trying to get gold and silver up. That's why gold and silver will go up, because they're going to come out with a new currency, and they are smart enough to understand what the professor understands. Putin understands gold and silver. He might not understand anything else, and he might have this war where he's bombing fields in the Ukraine near my girlfriend and scaring the shit out of her, but he's just bombing fields, she says, and most of the rockets are being shot down by the defense system. So what the fuck are you doing, Putin? You're sending missiles into a field that most of them get not blown up on before they hit. What is your military strategy? I'm blowing up a field. Well, great. Yeah, that'll win you the war, Putin. So he is a moron when it comes to military, but he's smart enough, or his people are smart enough, that he buys gold and silver, and he has that all stored, 15,000 tons of gold. So he's not stupid when he knows that money's the key. And with these sanctions, he's just, okay, we're going to come out with a ruble or yuan combination backed by gold. And they own all the gold. I'm in China. So that's what they're doing. So it's a beautiful strategy on his part. He might be an idiot, but just like Hitler, Hitler understood gold. He's coming out of the 30s where he had hyperinflation, which is where we're approaching, and all his money went to zero, and it was wallpapering walls. It would take a wheelbarrow to buy milk and bread. We're very close to that. So what does he do? He goes to war and steals all the country's gold. Why? Why are you stealing gold, Hitler? Because he knows the fucking value of gold. This is the point. What's happening now? All these central banks and banks are buying the gold from COMEX. It's all being bought up out of the London Exchange, wherever gold is. There's no gold here in the U.S., just people like me and you guys who own some gold and silver, but none of the banks are smart enough. I think J.P. Morgan has. Don't kid yourself. He's not, as much as he's into the monopolies, he's not stupid. He's going to buy gold and silver, and he's got it in his vault. So that's what you have. So why are these bankers who are smart with money buying gold and silver if it's a bad investment? And that's really the argument that I put up, and say, if it's bad, nobody would know. The girl who's 50, who was hot at 20, and nobody wants to date her, it's like the bank's dating her, right? Well, no, some guys still want her. Nobody wants her. She's 50, she's fat, she's ugly. Nobody wants to date that. They want the hot 20-year-old or the fairly hot 20-year-old because she's nice, right? So I can live with that. But what's happening here? Nobody wants gold, but look at gold. The banks are all buying gold. They're not ignoring the fat, ugly girl. They're taking her out. They're buying the fat, ugly girl. They're saying, come on. And that's how you have to read the whole picture, and that's what I'm saying. And people aren't reading the whole picture. They're going, "Oh, I'll have my money in stocks, or Bitcoin's going to go up. I don't know why, but it's Bitcoin and it's going to go up, and I'm not in the U.S. system." Well, you want to get out of the U.S. system, you buy gold and silver. You don't buy Bitcoin. Bitcoin doesn't go up as the dollar's dropping. You got heavy inflation. Gold's going through the roof demand-wise. It's being bought by all the banks and central banks. Bitcoin. Does the banks own Bitcoin? Did the professor in Money Heist steal Bitcoin? No, they want gold and silver. Bobby, let's see. Okay. I was hoping that Illinois felt bad and just let them win. Yeah, that happens all the time. The Lions usually are good at doing that. They like the other team to make the playoffs. You watch. They'll lay down against Green Bay because they'll want Green Bay to get in the playoffs. Guy in the video said the lady was shaking and attempting to sell him the gold and said a lot of people try to sell stolen metals. That's a bunch of bullshit. Please go on to that video. Go on to that video and put in a comment. Go see the professor. You're full of shit. Nobody cares if it's stolen. That's the dumbest comment. That's the dumbest video I've probably ever heard of. The lady's shaking. Well, maybe if she's homeless, maybe she's hungry. Even if she is shaking and attempting to sell him the gold, and said a lot of people try to sell stolen metals. How do you know anybody's selling stolen metals? You don't. Now, you can sell fake metals. And if you look at the gold and the gold looks a different color, it looks bronzy, then they probably taken an ounce of gold and they mixed it with half an ounce of bronze and half an ounce of gold, and they're trying to counterfeit it, but that's not stolen. There's a big difference between counterfeit gold and stolen gold, and I don't believe that anybody could tell it's stolen. That's bullshit. Tell them that, Bobby. Tell them it's bull. The professor says your comment about it being stolen is bullshit. How do you know it's stolen? You can't prove it. There's no serial number on it. Even the dollars, okay, has a serial number. So if this is counterfeit, I can at least look the number up and say, yeah, it's counterfeit. But what's the year on this? This is a 2017 dollar. I was seeing some videos where there's like a circle on the dollar or something. There was a marking on the dollar somewhere, either like here or on the back. And it was worth like a lot of money because it was like an error or something. But I don't know. I'm not wasting my time. Now, if you have a old dollar, if you have a 1920 dollar and it says on it silver certificate or gold certificate, yes, those are worth silver or gold value. So those would be worth a lot of money and they're real. But it's like saying this is a stolen dollar. How the fuck would you possibly know that? Here, at least there's a serial number. There's no serial number on gold. It's just, you see it. I show you all the time. 1 ounce of gold, a Cougaran, a Maple Leaf, a US, 1 ounce of pure gold, 9999, and is a year. How do you know it's stolen? And if you really want to get down to it, if I got Julius Caesar's gold because it's been melted down a few times, how do you fucking know? You don't, because you melt gold down and redo it. So that's what the U.S. Where did the U.S. get the gold? From the Romans, from the France, from England. I mean, that's what you do. Look at China. They got the gold and they're melting it down, and then they're getting it in. Maybe they're melting one country, Nazi gold into Chinese gold. And so basically that's the thing. Bobby, poor lady, she went in there looking to make some life-changing money. Well, I don't know about that. It's only $1,800, but it would help her if she's homeless. And he flat out took her gold and told her he took her gold. Now who's the crook? If he took the gold, then he's wrong. And I'd be pissed if I was the lady. I can see being nervous going into a coin. If I went into the coin shop the first time, I was a little nervous, and I'd pull out 10 grand and buy 5 ounces of gold. Yeah, I was probably a little nervous. It's like your first date or your first sex. I mean, you're a little nervous, and then you get used to it, and you get comfortable. And then, so maybe she was nervous that she hadn't been in a, she's got gold. She knows it's worth $2,000 and she's homeless. So that's big money. But I would not have let the guy take the money. That's just wrong. It's not his to take. It's her money, stolen or not. So now he's the thief. He stole it. So how does he benefit? Well, he gets the gold for nothing. So now we see the real plot of the story. Best popper brand at the moment. What the fuck is that? Who are you? What are you doing on my channel? This is a class. You either bring something of value or you don't. Waste our time. So I'm not going to read anymore from whoever the hell this is. Bobby, he told her that it was stolen and to please leave or he's calling the cops. She then continued to shake and walked out crying. I would not blame her to walk out crying. I mean, this poor lady, I feel bad for her because he's a crook, right? He's running the gold. He's obviously a crook. For him to go saying it's stolen means he steals gold, which he just did. He stole the lady's gold. He's calling the cops. I would have said, call him. You can't prove it's stolen. That's like these other movies where, like, the guy says, well, are you holding me? Are you holding me? Or did I commit a crime? And they go, no, we're not holding you. And the guy gets up and leaves. And that's the same thing here. The lady didn't do anything wrong. You couldn't prove it's stolen. He takes the gold to please leave, or he's calling the cops. She's shaking because she's homeless and probably half out of her mind. I feel bad for the lady. But she can't trust anybody, so she couldn't give it to. See, I would help this lady. I would have walked into the store, give me my $2,000, and then I would have given her the money. I wouldn't keep it. I would give it to her and say, here you go. And I would not let anything harm, especially if she's homeless and shaking and crying. How she got the gold, I don't care if she stole it or not. I don't care if she's homeless and shaking and crying. You can't prove it's stolen. And if she stole it, fine. But why do you get it? So I don't like that at all. It was a few ounces of gold from the way he explained it. So why does he steal it? Well, you obviously stole it, so I'm going to steal it from you. I mean, that goes back to my story with the girl in Alabama, where I said, if she's from Cincinnati, if Cincinnati wins, I got a bet on Cincinnati in the Super Bowl. If it wins, I'll give you $100. And her mind immediately goes to sex. I never brought up sex. I never said, how much do you charge for it? Or I want to have sex with you or anything like that. I just simply said, I'll give you $100 if they win. It's for good luck. You're from Cincinnati. I'm sure you'd be watching it. If it was a different team, I wouldn't have approached her. And she goes to HR and they're implying it's sexual. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? This has nothing to do with sex. I didn't say anything about sex. Her mind's going to sex, so she must be the prostitute. Sort of like this guy here going to it's stolen. He must steal gold, and that's what he's done. And I wouldn't, first of all, he's got a coin stop in the middle of the homeless. Real good place for a coin store in the middle of homeless people. Unbelievable. Bobby, she could possibly had upward of 10K, which for a homeless person is, well, if she had 5 ounces, I would not have presented all 5. I would have said, do you take money? What do you charge for an ounce of gold? And he would have said, I'll give you 1,800, or he probably tried to screw her and give her 1,700. Well, it's whatever COMEX is. And for the guy to say it's stolen, I'd say, prove it. What are you talking about stolen? I didn't steal it. Or you're assuming I stole it because I'm homeless. And where would I get the money to buy it? Well, maybe I found it on the street. Maybe some guy dropped it and I found it. What's the difference? How do you know I stole it? You don't know I stole it, and it doesn't matter. You're going to sell it for your profit. So you're going to pay me $1,800 and sell it for $1,950. nobody buying it's going to ever think it's stolen because it's impossible to tell. And he's going to make out. So if he just stole the gold, that's a problem. Then he should be going. I would call the cops on him, saying he stole my money. She should have called the cops on him. And they started investing you for that. Are they starting investing you for that, Professor? That's BS that she claims. Oh, sex allegations just for trying to help her pick a. Well, no, I had picked a winner. So what it was I just like, okay, like the Minnesota Green Bay game. And she happens to be from Green Bay. And I go, I got to bet on that. If the game goes over, I'll give you $100. I'm not even asking her to pick. Even if she lose, if I lose, I'm not asking her for the money. It's superstition. It's good luck. If the game wins, I'll give you $100. That was it. That was all that was said. We had talked to each other for a few months. She knew the way I was looking at her. It's pretty obvious I liked her. And we would talk a little bit. She was always a real strange girl, but she was pretty. I had a good feel for her, so I could feel her energy because I feel that. Like I feel a game, right? Like tonight, I feel that this Cincinnati Buffalo game is going over. I could feel it. I can feel like the Minnesota Green Bay or the Pit Under. Those are feel games. Well, I can feel people. So when I see a girl, I can tell if I like her, but I can get her energy. I knew she liked me, and I could tell the way she feels. She never said she was married. I never brought up sex. I never did anything. So I offer her. I say, I'll give you 100 if the game wins. Look, and I showed her I'd bet like 1,500 on Teaserking, right? So I showed her my Teaserking. I said, look, there's 1,500. I'll give you 100 if it wins. Nowhere did sex come out. She runs to HR. Like as soon as there's money involved, she automatically goes to sex. So I guess you're a prostitute because if somebody offered me 100, I wouldn't assume it's sex. So she goes to HR and HR asked me, and I started laughing. I go, well, this is like a what do you call it? What did I call it? I said she's like a soulmate, right? You can feel your soulmate. Whenever you get that strong feel when you don't even know the girl, but you feel it, that's like you're meeting your soulmate. You have that connection. That's why it's that strong because it's a soulmate. I says I didn't come to Alabama expecting to meet my soulmate, but I'm smart enough to know when I meet it what it is, and it's very pleasurable, and you don't even have to have sex with her. It would be fantastic, but it's just the feeling you get just being around her, just saying hello. It's like it's a high. So I says, what are you talking about sex? I never brought up sex. She's obviously the prostitute. If I offered to give her 100, I said if the game loses, she didn't have to pay me. I go, what the fuck are you talking about? So that was another reason I left there. It was just a joke. But the biggest reason I left because I kept trying to help people with gold and silver and get out of the stock market. And they eventually, I guess, just were tired of hearing me trying to help them. See, the biggest problem with people, they don't know my background is Austrian economics. So therefore, I know everything that's going on, but they don't believe me or they don't trust me or they don't know me. So they go, well, no, when the stock market crashes, I'll keep my money in it, and then it'll come back up. And I just laugh at them going, it's not going to come back up. You don't know why it's going down. So therefore, you're going to get killed. I'm trying to have you avoid it. And they almost always say, yeah, we know the stock market's going down, but it'll come back up because it always has. I go, not this time. You're fucked. But okay, I tried to help you. So most of it is done by a kind heart trying to help people. They don't understand it because how can I know this? They don't. And that's really the problem. Again, it goes back to what I'm teaching here, what you guys know, maybe 1,000 people in the US or probably in the world understand. So the other millions of people don't. And that's why when we talk to them, they don't get it. And they just look at you like you're the crazy one. And we'll just, we'll have, as the Joker says, we'll get the last laugh. And that's all I can do. But the girl went to HR and it was really disappointing. And I said, why does she think it's sex? I never came out of my mind. I think she's got a problem or she was a prostitute. I mean, she could have been a prostitute. She was pretty. But she was working at this company, and in all honesty, she probably should have been a prostitute. She probably could have made a whole lot more money doing that than working in at a company in Alabama. Probably making 30 or 40 grand. She'd probably make 100 grand prostituting. Anyway, that was the thing, but that's what you have. Let's see, Bobby. Well, HR said something to me. That's not why I lost my job, but I said this is bullshit. They wanted to stay living in the Alabama trailer or park homes. Well, exactly. No disrespect to anyone in here who lives in a trailer, by the way. Nope, we don't disrespect people here. And people who do disrespect, like they disrespected you last week, I just unplug them. I can hide them, and that's what I do. I don't want to hide anybody. I'm open to everybody, but if they start interrupting the class and being mean or hurtful to anybody here, they're going to get hidden. Did she give you an explanation after as to why she thought it was sex? I didn't really talk to her after that. I was told to kind of stay away, and I would walk by and look at her and just say hi and smile at her like she's a fucking idiot. I don't know where she got it from, but I was kind of like, don't go back there. Don't bring it up. Don't ask why she thought it was sex. So I just was like, whatever. If she thinks that's sex, then I should probably ask her, do you want to have sex? Since you seem to want to have sex with me. And that's the problem. She didn't get to know me, and she would have understand that I'm just a nice guy who is very loving and caring to my friends. And I was just doing a nice thing. And one of the HR people said to me, there was two HR people that were interviewing me, and the other one said, so the boss was like, I said, do you know what angels are and soulmates? And she said, no. The other one said, yeah, I know what you mean. I married my soulmate. And I said, there you go. That's what happened here. But sex was never brought up. That wasn't the point of it. It wasn't, I'm not giving her $100 for sex. If I wanted to, I didn't need the game. I would have just given her 100. So it had nothing to do with anything. Factoring in the game, I would have said, hey, I'd like to have sex with you. You're pretty. But I didn't. And she never told me she was married. She didn't wear a ring. It was the strangest thing I've ever seen. And she would look at me the way I looked at her. So as far as I was concerned, I don't know what the fuck she was thinking or doing. And I just kind of laughed at, well, enjoy your fake husband or whoever. It's probably a lesbian. I don't know. So it's just like, just enjoy your bullshit life. You work at this idiotic Toyota place run by the Japanese. So if you like being controlled by the Japanese, go enjoy. I just looked at her like, what the fuck are you like? Can't you come to me and say, look, I think you're talking sex? And I'd say, no, I'm not. Can't we be adults? This is the problem. And we brought it up the last time about these young people. She was probably in her mid-20s because I assume she went to Cincinnati. So she graduates, she's 22, and then she comes down to Alabama for whatever reason. I don't know who would run to Alabama. But so let's say she's 20. So she's 25 working in a company, and you can't come to me and discuss it with me. Look, I can see the way you're looking at me. I'm married. No, she never said that. And I'm talking about months of I'd see her and I'd wave, how you doing? If you can't figure out that the guy likes you and he's waving and smiling at me, then she's a fucking idiot anyway. But she had like two sides. She was like psychotic. She, on one hand, would smile at me and wave back. And on the other hand, she'd sometimes ignore me. And you just, so you figure out she's having a bad day. But it was just ridiculous. I'd go to my friend. I don't know if this girl likes me or doesn't like me. She's really weird. Sometimes she smiles. Sometimes I'll look up and she's staring at me, or she's smiling at me, or she walked by waving at me. I go, I don't know what this is. Did she? No, she didn't give me any explanation. She wouldn't even talk to me. And if you're married and you're young, you probably, unless the wedding ring was like this little tiny diamond thing, or a saran wrap, or it was aluminum foil wedding ring or something. Yeah, she was probably fucking bipolar or something. Yeah, I noticed that a lot with these thin girls. I'm attracted to thin girls, and I notice a lot of them are, apples and oranges, depending on the day you talk to them. I bet you didn't even know to buy gold or silver. No, um, no, I didn't get with her on that. Now, other girls, my friends, I'll just give them an ounce of silver and say, here you go. They never think it's for sex. They're happy to get it and they're saying, thank you. Um, One girl said, well, are you trying to have sex with me? And I just laughed, said, no, that's not my point. I make friends, then we have sex. So I respect people. So if the girl doesn't want to have sex with me, I don't force it. Um, but if she does, then we have a good time. But if you're an adult, you want it. If you're not, if you're a child, and I don't mean they're children, they're 25-year-olds. But if they're 25-year-olds and they're not into it, then this is the problem with the world right now is they're taught no sex, or especially in Michigan, it's terrible. Oh, we can't have. Oh, he's talking to you. He wants sex with you. No, no, no. This is why I like European women, because the 25-year European women will see you looking at them and want to have sex with you, especially the Russian girls, where the American ones look at you like you're crazy or something, or oh, I don't want to have sex with you. Did I ask to have sex with you? I'm an adult. I'll say let's have sex or not, or I'll normally ask them out and see if I even like them, and then we'll have sex. But I would never force that on anybody, especially at work. I was just trying to be nice. And then the HR was saying, well, this isn't a dating place. I go, I know people at Mercedes and Ford and GM. When I worked there, they were married people who were married to each other at the job. That's common. If you like somebody, then you like somebody. Like, what the hell are you talking about? I'm trying to date her, but I'm being very slow about it. Just saying hello and watching her feedback, because I'm an analyst, right? That's what I do. Do you live near Ann Arbor? Yeah, I'm about a half hour away from the campus, I think, or 8 Mile, where M&M is from. Yeah, I'm right on 8 Mile. I'm on 9 Mile. But why? I mean, there's a lot of colleges here. Michigan, Michigan State, Oakland University. I went to Oakland University for my undergrad. And then I went to Walsh College. It's an accounting school for my master's. That's where I learned the economics, not at Oakland U. Their economics was terrible. All right, so we've covered the NFL. So we're waiting Buffalo, Cincy tonight. The bowl games. So we hammered TCU and we hammered Georgia. We get lucky with Georgia, but we didn't. I mean, we had them even and they win. I got a little disappointed with UCLA because it dropped to 3.5. And I'm saying, well, wait a minute. If I would have bet them at 3.5, I would have had plus 2.5. They lost by 2. I would have won. So I'm checking my tickets. Did I bet it at 3.5? I know I waited for it to go back to 6. And then I thought Thompson Robinson was playing. He did play. He had 3 fucking interceptions in the red zone. And they fumbled a kickoff. So UCLA should have easily won by 25 points. Let's see. So the Mississippi State Illinois game's going. LSU Purdue. I don't care. USC minus 1.5. I believe that the quarterback's probable. I believe he's playing. Let's take another look. LSU 7. USC's up 7-0 already. Wow, the line went minus 7.5. So I assume he's playing. I did take USC. It was one of my locks, so that's good. And Utah's at 5:00. So wow, there we go. I got USC 3rd and 12 at the Tulane. They're up 7-0, and the spread went to 6.5. Wow, the LSU spread went to 22.5. Motherfuckers. And Illinois is now up 7-3. They went to minus. What the fuck's going on? So I turn it on. Mississippi State's 3.5. And now Illinois is back to 1.5. LSU went to 23.5. Jesus. And then USC went to 7, but I got it at 1.5. So I've already got a big bet in at +4 because I knew the guy was probable. But if he's playing, look out. LSU's up 13-0. So Purdue didn't come. There you go. First down, USC at the 24. Roll, baby. You can't stop that offense. And we're going to leave Utah alone at 5 o'clock. So let's look ahead to the pros. We got to really wait for Buffalo, Cincinnati. Case. So what is it? Thursday night game or Saturday, whatever it is. The first game's KC, Oakland. KC needs it for the 1 seed no matter what happens tonight. If Cincy wins or if Buffalo wins, KC's got to have it for the 1 seed. Tennessee, Jacksonville, I know, is a playoff game. The winner wins their division. That's cool. I was asking since I don't know much about Detroit, but was always an M&M fan. And, of course, know of Michigan having passionate fan base. Yeah, I've been to the football games a lot. It's a quiet stadium for 110,000 because it's in a hole. It's a nice Saturday, the music and the cheerleaders and that. So I enjoy that, and that's where I have a coin store near Ann Arbor. M&Ms I don't eat anymore. Just try to stay away from them. Supposedly they have the biggest stadium. I think them in Tennessee, Ohio State, they're all like 105, 110. Profit. Glad I took Illinois under, USC and Penn State under. There you go. That's why you come ask the professor. USC jumped to -7 profit. So if you bet it now, you'd be laying 1. So you got a good. You're +6. I'm +4. That was my lock. As soon as I saw the guy was probable a week ago, I locked USC +4 or 4.5 or whatever. Bobby, no, I meant Marshall Mathers, professor, the rapper from 8 Mile. Yeah, I know that's what you meant. Stupid name, Eminem. So I'm playing with you, Bobby. Not the only candy. Well, I like Kit Kat too. USC quarter. Well, yeah, of course he started. I knew he was. They listed him as probable with the hamstring problem, but then the line jumped to 7.5 out of nowhere. But the Utah line is Penn State -1.5 still, and Georgia's 14.5, 16.5. So people aren't really paying attention to the Georgia line yet. Let's go into the pros. So first of all, I'm going to walk you through what I do. So I put the games here without spreads, right? And now I'm going to go and say this is a playoff game. So I blew out Cleveland Pitt. Pitt needs the game, but they need Miami to lose to New England or New England to lose. Mini Chicago. Do they need it for the 1 seed? Probably. The way they played last week, I don't know if they understand that. Carolina and New Orleans are both out. Tampa's in. I don't think Carolina or New Orleans can win the wild card. Baltimore, Cincy. Now, if Cincy wins tonight, I think they clinch the division. So I don't think this game will have any value because Cincy will have the division. But if they win, this will be for once. So I'm going to start Cincinnati. LA, Seattle, huge game for Seattle. I think they're in if Detroit beats Green Bay. If Green Bay beats Detroit, Green Bay's in. So I think Seattle still has the chance. Denver, San Diego, nothing. New England, Buffalo. Now, New England needs it. We're not sure if Buffalo needs it for the 1 seed. We got to wait for today. Green Bay, Detroit is a playoff game. And the way Green Bay is playing. Now, here's where I will play the eyesight. Green Bay is playing fantastic. Detroit does not like the cold weather, as we saw against the Jets. Even Carolina will be heavy. Well, we'll probably play the game over. We got to see what the lines are, which I don't know and I don't want to know yet. I want to put my own line in. I don't want to be skewed by the lines, right? I want to go, this is what I think will happen. Then I see the line, and when it's 5 points off, I go, aha, because I'm smarter than Vegas. The Giants and Philly. Philly will need it for the 1 seed, although we've seen what they do when they need it. The Giants are in. Houston and Indy, they both suck. Arizona, Frisco. Frisco might need it for the 1 seed. Tampa Bay, Atlanta. Tampa's already won the division. Atlanta's out of the playoffs. Dallas, Washington. Washington's out. Dallas still can get the 1 seed and or beat Philly for the division, so Dallas needs it. And the Jets in Miami. I don't know. I think Miami still needs it or does now. So that's what it is. So let's make our lines. I got KC 10 over Oakland. I got Jacksonville 3 over Tennessee because it's in Jacksonville. Pitt, Cleveland, I got Pitt -7. Mini Chicago, I got Mini -10 because they should need it for the 1 seed. New Orleans, Carolina, I'll play New Orleans -3 because it's in New Orleans. Baltimore, Cincy -7. LA, Seattle -7. San Diego, Denver, San Diego -6. New England, Buffalo -6. Green Bay, Detroit, Green Bay -4. Philly and the Giants, Philly -7. Houston, Indy, Indy -3 because they're at home. Arizona, Frisco -10. Tampa Bay, Atlanta, Tampa Bay -7. Dallas, Washington, Dallas -14. And the Jets, Miami. Not sure if Miami, I think it's just New England, Pittsburgh, and maybe Miami. So we'll make Miami -6. Now, that's without looking at the injuries and without looking at the line, and I got to adjust for the teams. So if I look at last week, what I'm doing now is putting in the defenses based on the points, and I will look at, like, we know Minnesota's an over. So if something weird happened yesterday, like Indy gives up 38, yeah, they're an over defense. I'm looking for a under defense that gave up a lot of points or an over defense that gave a shutout. See, Minnesota's an over defense, and they gave up 41. Although one was a kickoff return and one was an interception return. So that's when I felt good about the game, is when neither team had a first down and it was already 14-3. And then it went 17-3. I mean, it was like, okay, neither team's got a first down and I got 20 points already. And I'm giving it as my over. Okay, so let's go to the real lines. Oh, that's tonight. So Buffalo's now at 2.5. Strange. And 49.5. So that didn't move. So Buffalo at 2.5. Somebody injured is playing for Buffalo. If somebody important for Cincy was not playing, the over-under would go down to 40 from 49.5. I don't think that's the case, but we will check the injury. Well, let's check it now. Let's see if there's something that happened. I mean, why did the line? Who was betting Buffalo in the games in Cincy? It's obviously somebody that doesn't understand football. So I'm looking at injuries. Nothing for Cincinnati. Nobody important. Burrow, Chase, Mixon. Von Miller's out with the knee. Jordan Poyer is questionable with the knee. So maybe he's playing. Micah Hyde, safety's out. So maybe it's because of Jordan Poyer being – he's got a knee injury. So how good is he going to be anyway, right? Oh, he's playing. He's playing with a knee injury. He's not going to be good. Not going to matter. All right. So let's go. KC, I have 10, 9.5. Over under 51.5. It's not Calvin Williams, is it? No, that's his name's not. It's Williams, but it's not Calvin. I don't believe. Yeah, Caleb. Thank you, Bobby. You got to stop drinking so early. It's only 2:00. All right. See, Bobby, your problem is you think like I do. You think so fast that you can't type. So you make a lot of typos because you're thinking 50 miles an hour and typing at 10. That's always my problem at work. I think way faster than I can write and talk. Jacksonville -6.5, 38.5. So this is how we start figuring the puzzle out. So Jacksonville 6.5. They look good beating Houston. Again, who gives a fuck? They're not playing Houston. They're playing Tennessee, who played who did Tennessee play? Oh, they played Dallas 27-13, 3 turnovers by Prescott, 2 interceptions and a fumble. So we'll see what happens. But when your backs are against the wall like Tennessee's are, it's a whole different game. Yes, the guys are injured, but the other guys are pros. I will bet you anything you want Henry plays in this game. So we're going to check. I'm going to check the injuries right now. So I'm on Tennessee injury. Taylor Lewan, Michigan guy, he's always out. Holster, Landry, Deshaun Hand. Oh, another Alabama guy out. And I don't see Henry's name on the injured list at all. So Henry's playing this week. Hassan Haskins, he's from Michigan. Yeah, well, he's injured with the hip. Come on, man, you got to play. This is the problem when they're wimps and they sit out for the pros and they don't want to get hurt. Then they have a hip injury in a playoff game, and the guy's, I can't play. I'm hurt. I do not see Henry's name on here. So now you got Henry playing in a playoff game for Tennessee. What do you think is going to happen? This game goes under because they're going to run the ball like Army Navy, and who was their quarterback? Oh, the guy from Tennessee. Not even Willis, but it was the other guy from Tennessee. Pitt 3, 38.5. That's a small number. 38.5 against Cleveland. Probably another under game with Pitt. Pitt just kills you with their defense. Ruse guy need a man up or take a fucking pay cut. They should not be paid for sitting out for sorry-ass excuses. Well, yeah, they should almost get paid for playing. I agree. Instead of they sign the contract, so if they get hurt, they do a Julio Jones or all these other Alabama. How about the guy? There's a guy on Jacksonville from Alabama as a wide receiver. He's out for gambling on football. I wouldn't be paying that guy. Now, you're really helping your team by gambling on football. Like, you don't know that's wrong. All right, Pitt 3, 38.5. Probably another under. Cleveland sucks. Minnesota. I have Minnesota -10. Minnesota's -2.5. Over under 46.5. So we like the game over because it's the Bears. Minnesota. Why are they only 2.5? They possibly played the worst game of their year. Do you think they want to play another game like that going into the playoffs? Probably not. The Bears stink. It's all Fields. The Vikings, if Philly loses, can be the 1 seed, I believe. So what the fuck is this spread 2.5 for? New Orleans 4.5. I have them 3 and 41.5. Look at the low lines. All right, the KC game's 51, and then you got 38, 38, 41, and a 46 in the mini game. All right, that's with the Bears. So that is an over. Both teams have over defenses and over offenses. So New Orleans 4.5, 41.5. I don't think this game means anything to either. It's an exhibition if you want to get college on you. Cincinnati -7 and 42.5. All right. So Baltimore is terrible. Lamar won't play. Burrow, this could be for a 1 seed. This could be a lock here. Cincinnati laying 1. The Rams, Seattle -7, 41.5. I gotta check something. Okay, good. Yeah, I got USC with Pitt, which already went under. I had Pitt under in 2 teasers and Pitt. I wanted to make sure I had USC in a teaser today, which I do. Plus 4.5 with the Pitt under. So okay, I feel so much better. Okay, so what do we got? Seattle 741.5 against the Rams, which Ram team shows up. Now, Seattle does not have a good defense. So maybe the Baker who scores more than 10, but does Seattle need the game? And I got to get more instruction on if they do or not. So I'm confused. It's Seattle, Detroit, and Green Bay, but if Green Bay wins, they win. If they lose and Seattle wins, I think Seattle gets in. I don't think the Lions can get in unless they win and Seattle loses. I think that's the scenario. So Seattle, it's very much a playoff game for them. Win and then see what happens with Detroit, Green Bay, which is on at the same time. Denver, San Diego. We got San Diego only laying 3 and 40 against Denver. All right, they're a road favorite. Buffalo -7, 42.5 against New England. Makes sense. New England must win, but Buffalo could need it for the 1 seed. Now, if Cincinnati wins, as I think they will tonight, then they're out of the 1 seed. Is Buffalo going to play? Probably to beat New England, they would. Here we go. Green Bay, I hit it right on the nose. -4, 48.5. This is an over game for sure. Rodgers will light up Detroit. Detroit's been scoring. This is a very good over. Do I want to take Detroit and 10 on the road? In a game they win, they make the playoffs. Maybe if Seattle loses, this is where you do not trust. The way Green Bay is playing, this is a Green Bay play. The Giants and Philly -13.5, 41.5. Now let's see if Jalen Hurts is playing. And what is the Giants doing? They have clinched the playoff spot, and they can't really go anywhere. So let's see, Philadelphia. My bet is Jalen Hurts is playing. Yeah, he's not even on the injured list, Jalen Hurts. So they sat there and watched Minshew lose 2 games, and now Hurts is all of a sudden magically better. And and they killed the Giants the first game. So I don't like this spread. 13.5 is too much. Indy 3 called that one, 38.5 against Houston. I would say that's an under. Arizona and the Niners 14. Again, if they're playing for the 1 seed. Tampa, Atlanta. Atlanta's -7. Wow. So is Tom Brady sitting out? Tom Brady never sits out. So what the fuck's going on? Why is Atlanta a touchdown favorite with Desmond Ridder? Really? Julio Jones, questionable. And if Brady plays, this is the steal of the century. Cordell Patterson's out. Ridley's out. Kyle Pitts, questionable with the favorite hamstring. So why is Atlanta a 7-point favorite over Tom Brady when they had Desmond Ridder at quarterback against Tom Brady, who finally put a good game together? You don't think they're just going to lay down? So unless I hear Brady's out, this is a huge bet for Tampa. This has got to be wrong. How can Atlanta be a 7-point favorite? Dallas, 4.5. I have Dallas -14, 4.5, 41.5. Dallas will kill Washington if this is to win if Philly loses. The Philly game is at 1 o'clock. The Dallas game's at 1 o'clock. So Dallas is going to try, because if they win and Philly loses, they win the division. Now Hurts is injured, playing with a hurt shoulder. And then Miami and the Jets. Miami's -2.5, 39.5. Now, who's the quarterback for Miami? They're on the third stringer. Now here I like the Jets if it's White against Skylar Thompson. Let's see if we got an injury here. Now it's early. It's only Monday for injuries. Miami. Teddy Bridgewater, questionable at the head. Tyreek Hill, questionable with the foot. Tagliavua, questionable with concussion. So we don't know. It's too early in the week. The Jets, Jets. Nobody's listed. So White will be quarter. So if it's Thompson, we take the Jets. I mean, this is where is anybody going to play, right? Are they going to just it's the last week, we're not going to play? Now, this is where I see every game at 1 o'clock. So I know that's not going to happen. So they're trying to line it up for TV. So Saturday, okay. So Saturday is the KC, Oakland, and the Jacksonville, Tennessee game. Then everything else is the 8. And again, right now, times aren't set. They all say 1 o'clock. So you're going to have Dallas and Philly probably at 4. They'll be at the same time, as will probably Minnesota, because again, that is all related. But the Niners are playing at home, so the Niners will be a 4 o'clock game. So I think all these games will be at 4. The Niners, the Philly, the Minnesota, and the Dallas, because they're all for the 1 seed. This way, everybody, because if they lose, then the team doesn't try because they don't need to. So we'll see who needs it. But anyway, let's see what's going on. Is USC, what's their score? LSU 21-0. USC 14-7. Driving again. Utah. Now Penn State's 1.5. Yeah, that's what I see. And Georgia 14.5, 16.5. So we won't get into injuries for NFL. It's too early. We will wait probably till a show later on in the week. Let me check my email. Last week I was doing the show and some guy bought and didn't get a password. And so I had to Send them the password to the site. Spirit Airlines, make travel your New Year's resolution. Here's where the scams are. Your shipping package notification. I didn't order anything, and I'm getting this shipping, and it's just ridiculous because it's not. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't ordered it. That's where the scams come in. So you got to be careful with those. All right. So NFL, it's a little too early to really. I mean, we can line up a few things. I got to get the stats in. Now, by this time, every team's played 17 games. So from last week to this week, I'm not going to get changes. If you're an over team, you're an over team. You're not all of a sudden an under. Most of these games, okay, 41. Detroit put 41-10. So let's say they're averaging 30 and giving up 28. So now it goes to 30 and a half and maybe down to 27, which doesn't really change their ratings. So I've got all of it rated from last week. So I'll just pencil that in for this week. I'll update the stats, but that's it. And then I do the same for college. College now becomes a battle for next year. So you've got all the stats in, but it's all meaningless now for next. So when next season starts, it's all meaningless because you have guys, is the coach there? Now I tend to put in new coaches. Is the coach there? Did the quarterback get drafted? Is he still there or did he graduate? And that's what you're looking at in college. That's the difference between college and pro. Although the way pro's been, the pros are the pros are changing. There's 11 new coaches this year, and then you just fired the Denver coach, which is a new coach. So it tells you how stupid the GMs are. They hired this Denver coach who has never coached before, and he sucks, and you fire him. Well, you just wasted a year where you had Russell Wilson and a good defense, and you could have won a lot and made the playoffs, and you fucked it up by drafting a coach because you thought Aaron Rodgers would go there. Aaron Rodgers ain't leaving Green Bay. So you fucked that up, and then now you let the coach go. Now you need a new coach. But the way you pick coaches, you're clueless on how to hire people. And I find that in most jobs, like the Toyota job or this last job I was at. They're clueless of not only hiring you, but using your skill set. I got a master's in economics, Austrian economics. I'm extremely valuable in any company because I can tell you what interest rates are going to do. I would have told if I was running my company that I was at, I would have told them to not buy any more companies, sell all the companies you get, fire all the employees, and take all the money and buy gold and silver if you have any money. I'm sure it was all done on lines of credit, so they probably are going to go bankrupt because the banks will call in their lines and you'll have a bunch of male investments. Nobody's going to want these little products that are being sold if you're selling to car companies or manufacturing companies because they're not going to be in business. Ford and GM aren't going to buy certain products because they can't sell their cars because they're all going electric and there's no demand. So you're going to have a bunch of male investments. So one thing triggers the other, and then the high interest rates trigger where nobody's going to be buying. So if nobody's buying, you think they have extra money to buy your little piece of shit products? Absolutely not. Now, why are you going through all this stress of trying to turn a company around who was a private owner? So you think if I sold, so take me for example, I'm the professor, Teaserking, I sell football picks. And do you think I could sell my company to this little company? And if I'm not here, do you think anybody's going to be listening to the video or buying picks from somebody else? No, you buy it because I've proven myself. I know what I'm talking about. I give you picks. They win. Minnesota, Green Bay over. It wins. Tonight, Buffalo, Cincy over. Hopefully that wins. So I'm not replaceable. So if I'm a small company guy and I'm selling to my friends, is this guy replaceable? So if he leaves, Do you think you're going to have sales with the guy who replaced them? Hell no. He's not calling. He's calling because it's his friend or he knows him or because the guy doesn't know how to quote. So the prices are 10 times cheaper than what they should be. So he only goes for the money. Now you come in and you raise your quotes to what the price should be on the market. So you actually make money and nobody's going to buy because as what we do, we look at price and we're going to go with the best price. So then it's like the casino. I didn't eat there because the prices were ridiculous. So I made a steak at home and I ate at home a steak and salad. And then I go to the casino and, and get a Diet Coke and a coffee or something. So that's the whole difference. Companies think people are stupid and don't think people look with the prices. And everybody does everything based on price, whatever it is. I could have 1,000 more customers if I lowered my price to $1 for my picks. If I made it $1, I would have 1,000 customers. But I don't. I'm worth much more, so I charge what I'm worth. You're getting a lot of games, even though it's let's say $100 for the week, but you're getting like 10 games. You're getting locks. You're getting insight that you can't get anywhere else. Where if you look at what these other guys do, they sell it for 35. They give you one game, and they don't give you the repertoire back and forth, and they don't teach you anything, and they're not telling you how to. They're just saying, here, take Green Bay, and and that's it, or take the Lions, and they win, but you don't know why and what to do with it. So that's the difference. But that's what I would tell somebody, and that's what I tell people all the time. Like Bobby, I go, buy gold and silver. Stop fucking around. Get out of the stock market. It's got nowhere to go but down. And with the high inflation, it's going to go down because they can't get the cost. If things go up in cost, they can't charge the customer more to cover the cost. So therefore, they have to lose money. And that's a guarantee. These companies have to lose money. And then people who are the market don't have as much money, and they're going to go, nope, I don't need it now. I'll wait, or that's what ends up happening. So of course the stock market will drop. The bonds are getting killed. The high interest rates are killing everything, and nobody in their right mind is putting their money back in the bank so they can get 3%. When inflation is about 15 to 20, the true inflation, not the bullshit. Oh, well, let's take out these big hitters out of the inflation, like food and rent and energy. Let's not count those in inflation. Well, they went up and their costs went up. So why aren't you counting them? Well, this way inflation can only be 7 or 8%. No, it's pretty much 15 to 20 if we really look at that. And then by holding gold down, they go, look, gold's not going up, so there can't be inflation. Well, the demand's so high, it's insane. So what you're looking for in your life is things that there's high demand for. If you're investing, you want to buy an asset there's high demand for, the price should follow. That's why I tell you gold and silver are not stocks. Stocks, it's really fake demand. It's not high demand because the new product or this company is going to be valuable. The only valuable company will be a gold stock. But again, everything's getting crushed, so you don't want to be in stocks right now. Anyway, that's what you have. So I try to back it up with why. So you have the reasoning. So football's meant to invest instead of a stock. It's a whole lot different. You win for different reasons. I went 8-1, and if I hit the over tonight, I go 9-1 this week. The only loser, Philly, which was sound strategy that they needed the game for the 1 seed. They're playing New Orleans, who's okay. I didn't think Olave was playing. He played. Kamara played a good game, and Minshew looked like shit. So that I was a little bit surprised by, but okay, because Minshew shouldn't be the problem. I mean, look at Cincinnati is winning with Arizona. Atlanta's winning with Ritter. So does the backup quarterback, is it that bad? So Anyway, yeah, I'm kind of mad. I missed that Arizona. It was a strong dog yesterday. Anyway, that's what you look for. So you're looking for reasons why you do things. You're looking for demand. The market is a auction house. So you're looking for market. You're looking for the best price. That's what you buy. So you go to the store, if steaks are 20 and then these other steaks are 10, or a roast. Roast are like $6, $7 a pound. Go get a London broiler, an English cut roast for $7 a pound. It's about a 3 pound roast. Well, you're going to buy 3 pounds of burgers. It's $20, and you cook the roast. If you got a family, that's 2 or 3 meals. If you're by yourself, like I am, I'm eating roast for 3, 4 days. So I got 4 meals for $20. That's how I look at it, and then a bunch of veggies and salads and stuff. And I got my eggs. So I'm pretty much, again, I don't eat breakfast. So it's lunch, which was this, and then we'll eat dinner. It's 2:20 already. So I don't know. I'm getting fucked because I'll eat dinner at 3 when I'm done. And then I go work out, and by 7:38, I'm hungry again because I haven't eaten. Anyway, so that's what I try to bring is that. Hey, Bobby, what kind of roast, Professor? I didn't buy one. There's good ones. There's like, I think they're London broil or English cut or something like that. Stay away from the chuck because that's not a good meat. Or if you can find a sirloin roast, but it's a bigger cut that you can't, it's too thick to make like a regular New York strip. So you end up putting it in the oven at about 300 degrees, 310 for 70 minutes. You really just put some Italian dressing and then your salt, pepper, a little bit of garlic, a little bit of basil on it, and just really let it go. And after 70 minutes, it's cooked. You put the fork in. If it's it should harden up on the inside, and then okay, this is ready. And then you let it sit for about 5-10 minutes, and then you just slice it up into like 5 little hamburgers and grab your salad or soup, and off you go. And it's great. Tastes fine. I use my little French dressing from Ken's to dip it and stay away from ketchup and barbecue sauce with the high fructose corn syrup, and tastes great. It's better than pig ears, Bobby. Pot roast or rump roast? No, it's London. It's a London or English style roast that I get anyway. Yeah, I do good during the day, but just struggle at night going to sleep feeling so damn hungry. Well, you've got to be careful what you're eating, because if you eat Oreos or chips or something, that makes you hungry by definition, because they put stuff in the food to make you hungry. So if you can avoid that, eat more fruit and veggies and steaks and eggs. If you eat that during your day, you'll get that craving out of your system, because if you eat chips or Fritos or cookies or donut, any cake or any sweet, it makes you hungry. So that's why you're feeling hungry at night. So I would say at night, just grab a couple glasses of water and just drink it down, and be careful with the TV. It's all a bunch of commercials for Burger King, and it's so many food commercials. That's why you get hungry too. So try to watch Netflix where there's no commercials. I don't know. I fucking love pig ears. I highly recommend that you try it. Well, you'll cook them for me, Bobby. Bobby will not. Well, no, I don't. I'm not saying. I wouldn't even know what to look for, or how to cook them. So I'll let you cook them for me. What do you barbecue them, or do you boil them, or do you fry them or bake them? I mean, how would you even prepare it? What the hell does a pig ear taste like? I don't know. I'm not into ears. Not my cup of tea. Anyway, it's enough eating, the meats, the inside of a cow, if you really think about it, or a fish. You eat a salmon, you're eating a fucking fish. So we don't really want to go, what are we eating? They're tasty. But we'll see. So anyway, that pretty much covers last week's pros, the bowl games, TCU, looked phenomenal beating Michigan. Michigan, I told you J.J. McCarthy was good, was a problem. See, so when I tell you a quarterback sucks. Why do I tell you a quarterback sucks? Why do I say Lamar Jackson's terrible? Because they're not a quarterback. They're not able to throw the ball properly to the receiver to read the cover. Now, you watch Joe Burrow and Josh Allen today. Joe Burrow nails he gets it into the open. He sees the receiver. He hits the receiver in stride. He knows how to use the receiver to benefit the offense, right? Burrow and Aaron Rodgers and Brady, of course, they know how to get the receiver that the defense has to be worried. Lamar Jackson doesn't. And who was I talking about? Who was the first guy? Anyway, those quarterbacks that I say stink they don't do that. Lamar doesn't do that. He doesn't. You're not afraid of the receivers, and he doesn't really know how to. Maybe 1 in 10 will hit the receiver in the numbers, and the other 9, the receiver's leaning back for it. So you got to be careful. But that's why I say the receivers are no good, is for that reason. They're just, or the quarterbacks are no good. They can't hit it. Who was I talking about? God, I know it wasn't Lamar. Anyway, so when I tell you a quarterback stinks, they stink because they don't use the quarterback. Bobby, boil them in a pot in some broth for a few hours. Oh, that's way too much time. Comes out excellent. Digests great and smooth with the hot broth. Great protein. The list goes on with all the benefits. Oh, that's good. So it's a healthy one. It's funny how Lamar Jackson wanted that big contract, and all he does was play the first half of the year, blowing fourth quarter leads, then gets injured for the rest of the year. I wouldn't pay any of these quarterbacks $30 million, to tell you the truth. See, again, so here's a quarterback, and they set this price at $30 million. Now, why are the owners? They're not all even. Some guys are up and down. Brady, Rodgers here, Mahomes here, but Lamar's down here. So why would I pay him $30 or $50 million? You've got to be kidding. Because then I can't sign other players, and he's not that good. So this should be maybe $10 million would be all I'd pay him. And he'd laugh. And I'd say, oh, go play somewhere else. I can draft 100 quarterbacks as good as you, right? I can just go down the list and draft a guy. And I'll take the guy from Utah. Okay, fine. I've just gotten a guy 100 times better than you, Lamar, and I don't have to pay him all that money. I mean, that's what I would do. Or a lot of these slappy quarterbacks. You think Fields is any good? Fields sucks. Look at him yesterday, 7 of 15 for 80 yards. But he ran for 150 and 2 touchdowns, and they lost the game 41-13. So tell me about Fields, why I want Fields. It doesn't work. You don't win. You're not even competitive because he can't throw the ball. And the defense can take you away. Okay, you got 100 yards and a touchdown. You lost by 40. So show me the value. Now, if you watch what Detroit does with Aaron Rodgers, he's going to throw it all over the place. You can't blitz him. He's going to pick you apart. That's the difference between a throwing quarterback, an Aaron Rodgers who could run a little, but he's basically throwing, and a Fields or a Lamar Jackson. So you got Mahomes, you got to worry about the receivers. Aaron Rodgers, you got to worry about the receivers. Lamar Jackson and Fields, I don't have to worry about the receivers at all. San Diego, you got to worry about the receivers. Cleveland, you don't. And that's the difference in the whole point of what I'm trying to say. So when this Richardson from Florida sits out a bowl game, what the fuck is this guy doing? He sucks. He's the same thing as a Fields and a Jackson. He can't hit the broadside of a barn. Okay, he can run, but I don't want a running quarterback. I need a guy who can throw the ball to my receivers. That's the big difference. And that's the whole problem with it, right? You got to have the guy who can throw, because you've got to use all 11 players. You hand off to the running backs. I don't want my quarterback. Now you got a Jalen Hurts situation where the quarterback's hurt. And apparently my backup hasn't practiced enough, isn't got the timing down, although he's a very good quarterback. And then I've got an injured quarterback, and my team is faltering when all he needs one game. They should have clinched a while ago, but I never thought Philly was that good. It's Hurts just kind of runs, but it works here because they do have receivers and running backs, so they have a full set of an offense, and he just kind of runs a little bit. But I don't think Philly could ever beat Cincinnati or Kansas City or San Francisco, to tell you that. I think those teams are better than Philly, especially with Hurts running. I'd rather have Brock Purdy all day over Hurts. And I know people, oh, come on, Hurts this and that. But he's not a really good passer. And he runs too much, and now he's hurt. So what good is it? Anyway, so that's what you have. The bowl games are going. So Illinois under, LSU's kicking ass, USC's winning, and then Utah's at 5 o'clock. And then we got down to the title game, TCU, Georgia. So there's a big difference between thinking who's going to win and winning the bet. So in this situation, my line on the game is Georgia 7 and about a 66, 68 over under. And you're giving me 14.5 and 16. Now, people who don't know how to handicap are going, it's a trap. Why is it so high? Why is the over under so low? Oh, I'm going to bet the game under. I'm going to take Georgia because the line's 14.5. Those are called idiots. That's why I tell you, please don't listen to these other people. They're going to influence you, and then you're going to lose money. And this is not about losing money. This is about making you money and then having you invested in gold and silver, which I am not making any pennies on. If you buy gold and silver, it's for your protection only. I don't sell gold and silver unless you want my own, but at this point, I don't sell it. I'm not here to make a profit on it. I don't own a store like half these idiots on YouTube who try to, I was reading something today where the guy saying, gold and silver prices are going way down. And then it was, well, these are the derivatives. He never really explained it. I'm seeing a lot of these videos where the guy puts a headline out there, gold price going down, and then he never talks about it in the video. What the fuck? What's my video? NFL week 17, week 18, gold. That's exactly what I talk about. Pretty much right what I say I'm talking about. You get every pro, what I did last week, what's coming up, tonight's game, the championship games. You get all the bowl. I talk about what I say I'm going to talk about, and we do touch with gold. And these guys, who knows what the fuck? They throw a headline in there with absolutely to get you to watch it. Then they don't talk about it. And I'm getting tired of it because it's all the same anyway. Oh, this one guy, Andy Scheckman, that's all he talks about. Well, the supply, everybody's buying gold and silver. Okay, we got it. Who gives a fuck? We know that it's highly demanded. So all you're saying is the demand, instead of being here, is here for gold and silver. We got it. But until COMEX takes the foot off the brake, the price won't go up. But we know the price will go up. It's just a matter of time till China and Russia goes gold standard, and then it goes up. And the U.S. fighting them to not go gold standard. We'll invade you. Well, no, you won't, because you didn't do Afghanistan. You're not invading Russia, and you can't have a war with us because we sell you all your goods. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So that's just a bluff. But anyway, so that's what's happening. Gold, silver should go up relatively soon. Again, we're waiting on the COMEX, which has blown up, but we're waiting for once they have the digital dollar, or not the digital, once they have a gold-backed dollar, Russia, China, the BRICS countries, and or the U.S. is off the petrodollar, which I thought was already happening, It is, but maybe it's not official. Or once China and Russia announced they have, China has 35,000 ounces and Russia has about 20,000 ounces. Once that's announced, it blows everything up anyway. So this will be happening soon, but we don't know. We know why it's not going up. We don't know what causes it. It's going to be one of those things I just mentioned, which will make it go up very high, which again, we don't know when, but it will happen soon. Anyway, so that is what's going on in the life. Good luck today. I hope I got USC. I have a little Utah because I didn't know what was going on, but I didn't trust if Rising was playing. Without them, they still beat Oregon State, and they got Penn State. Penn State's got some guys sitting out, so we'll see. Probably a low-scoring game. They'll just run the ball a lot. Some guy at the coin store in College Station said that he read somewhere that silver will hit 5,000 in 2025. Oh, okay, it could. I think it'll be there much sooner than 2025. But for whatever reason, is JP Morgan going to hold on to it for a little bit? So what's your take on that, Bobby? Do you think the 5,000 is too low, or do you think the 2025 is too late? What's your thought here? And who's the guy? Is it the guy running the store or some guy you talk to in there? See, I'll talk to people in the store. I'll talk to the salespeople, and then I'll talk to customers. And I'll keep saying, don't sell your gold now. Just hold on a little bit more, and you're going to get 40, 50,000 an ounce for it, not the 1,800 they're giving you. They probably don't like when I say that to the customer, but fuck that. I don't, because the guy's going to kill himself. If you sell your gold at 1,800, it goes to 50,000 in 3 months, you're going to kill yourself, especially if it's the only ounce. Now, if you got 50 ounces, then it's okay. Bobby, yeah, one of the guys sitting in the store, I think he was one of the owners, he said 5,000 in 2020. And did you ask him, why will it take so long? Or did you ask him why 5,000? Or did you comment at all? See, I normally say that it'll be 2,000 in about 3 months. That sounds great, but I prefer, although I am being patient. Well, it will be with all the things going on with money and the inflation. It'll be sooner than 2025. He said the dollar will go to show. Well, we already know the dollar is shit already. All these countries don't want it. And again, the BRICS countries are the key. And that's happening now. All these countries are going broke, Japan, China, Russia. So they will make it in the Eurozone. He said that will make it go. It's not going to wait till 2020. See, next time you get that type of comment, you need to ask them, well, why 2025? And then kind of you can either play it stupid because you already know all the answers because I told you, or you can be smart and just say, well, I think it'll be 2023 when the BRICS countries, then you can look like a really intelligent guy going, well, once the BRIC countries go to a gold-backed dollar, it'll go up. He said the demand for physical silver is increasing. Well, geez, we already know that. All the central banks and all the Indians and Russia are buying it. And see, this is the problem that the U.S. is missing. Because they're keeping the price low at $23 an ounce, then it makes everybody want it, especially with all the inflation going on. People in Europe understand this. I should have told him, fuck you, and walk out the same. I should have told him, fuck you, and walked out the store. I don't, why? I'm missing that. Fuck you, and walk, why? Because 2025 or? Nah, he was a cool guy, but just a bit off in timing, in my opinion, as the professor says it's happening sooner. Well, you can see it's happening sooner. Yeah, I would have said, no, you mean 2023, don't you? It'll never last to 2025. between the BRICS and the petrodollar, so the dollar no longer being attached to the petro, and with all this electric car shit, Saudi Arabia doesn't want to do business with us. They're doing business with China. And with the inflation of the US destroying the dollar, now there's not going to be digital currency. There's no way in the US anyway. These other countries might do it, but it'll be like Bitcoin. It'll be a crypto dollar, but nobody needs to have it, and you probably won't have it. So that's what will happen with crypto. That's what will happen with digital dollar. You only need it for certain things. Maybe you need it for unemployment or Social Security or Medicare, but just the general stuff you don't need it for. And the banks aren't going. You think the banks are going somewhere? Really? You think JP Morgan and Chase, who run it now, are going to just go away? Fuck no. You got to be out of your mind. So that's where I see gold and silver. Check how much gold and silver JP Morgan has. Do a Google on that. Let me do a Google on that. Just as the professor said to the guy at the casino who wasn't listening, and you told him "fuck you" and got up and left. Yeah. Well, I'm there to no. I want to have a good conversation all the time. East Sky, check the offers. All right. So this is what Jenna. I get a little stain on my shirt, and Jenna's like disgusted. She's like, "Fuck, what are you doing?" All right. Let's see, gold price today. That's up to 1830. Again, this is COMEX, so that's why you don't even watch it. It really doesn't make any sense or difference. Silver 24, who gives a fuck? Gold 1826. See, this isn't real. So it's like looking at a football score and it's not a real score. Oh, I know what I was looking for. So how much gold does JP Morgan have? So let's see if I get an actual answer. In the beginning of May 2022, JP Morgan held 11 million ounces of gold. This is August 18th, 2022. Does JP Morgan buy gold? JP Morgan holds tens of billions of dollars in gold in vaults in London, New York, and Singapore. It is one of 4 clearing members of the London market, where global gold prices are set by buying and selling metal held in a few London vaults, including JP Morgan's and the bank. So JP Morgan, is he an idiot, or does he know what he's doing? Is he Hitler? Holds tens of billions of dollars in gold vaults. Tens of billions of dollars. So maybe he owns 10 tons, 20 tons. What does that tell you? So here's JP Morgan, and he owns all this gold. Okay, so even though we don't like him because he does monopolies, he's got all this gold in London and New York, and I'm sure he's not selling it at $1,800 an ounce. So what do you make of that? That JP Morgan owns billions of dollars, holds tens of billions of dollars in gold in vaults in London, New York, and Singapore. Okay, I don't need to say anything else on gold. This is what JP Morgan owns. They're a fucking bank. They're the Federal Reserve, but it's not. It's him. It's his company. It's like Professor owns whatever I own. I own gold. It's mine, and this is J.P. Morgan's. It's not like the U.S. or anything like that. So that's a lot of gold J.P. Morgan owns. Professor, what do you think is J.P. Morgan's strategy by keeping the price down? What would your strategy be, Bobby? I want you to use logic to answer your own question. Go ahead. Why would you keep the price of something down? You know the answer. I've already told it to you several times. Come on, use logic. Think it through. Why would you keep the price of? Well, to give him more time to buy it. Yes. So if I keep the price down, I can buy more. So he just keeps buying more and more and more. He knows it's going to go through the roof, but he keeps the price down so he can buy it. So the rest of the mafia can buy it. So the rest of the central banks can buy it. He probably makes commission off of him. So the Russians and Chinese probably go to him and say, keep the price down. We'll give you, half our goal. We'll give you whatever. I'm sure there's an incentive for JP Morgan to keep the price down in the derivative market. I'm sure he gets a kickback. So when Russia, China, India, and all the BRICS countries are buying gold, that he gets a little kick out of it. So that's why. So they can buy it. It's pure logic. You already understand the question. There you go, at a lower price. Then when it bounces, everyone will start jumping in and blowing the price through the roof. It's sort of like a stock, right, Bobby? So you've seen that Charlie Sheen movie where he's the stockbroker, the first one, Wall Street. So what do? They buy it all. Michael Douglas bought Blue Star, and it goes from 20 to 30, and then they announce that buy it, and everybody buys it, pushes the price to 35. And then he sells it at 35, and he bought it for 20. Well, it's the same thing here. Well, it's kind of not the same thing. They're just right now in the buying stage. They're not in the selling stage. Once they let gold go and it hits 50,000, how rich do you think J.P. Morgan is? And the central banks and Russia and China and India and half of the central banks in Europe and Switzerland and Germany, they're all going to make a killing. And the only people that won't are the people who are clueless going, hey, I own Amazon. I'll just stay in stocks. No point in going to gold and silver. It doesn't move. And yet JP Morgan owns tens of billions of dollars of gold. Well, why would he own the gold if it's worthless, if it's not going to move, if it's going to go and stay at 1,700, if it doesn't move? Why does he own tens of billions of dollars of gold? And if you don't believe me, I prove it. I always prove my stuff. There he is. Tens of billions of dollars of fucking gold. Right? Right there. Google, how much gold does JP Morgan own? Right there. And it's why would he own it? It's worthless. It's not good. It's a pet rock. It's this, it's that. When the smart money does something, you listen. When the line changes here, where USC went from 1 to 7, I mean, what the fuck? Why did the line move 6 points? I was already on it anticipating the guy was playing because I'm the professor. I'm the sharp. I don't need to wait till it ends. What do you think's going to happen with gold when it jumps? It's going to do the same thing, Bobby. You're asking that question, right? It's going to go from 1 to 7. And it didn't go to 2 and 3 and 4. It went from 1 to 7. Gold's going to go from 1,800 to 40,000. And if you're not in it, you're going to go, oh, fuck, I missed it. I don't have 40 grand to buy an ounce. That's why you buy your ounces now. When you have it, even if you're tight, you buy it because you know it's going to go up. You can see it. JP Morgan owning all this money, all this gold. Why would he own all this gold? Are you kidding me? Now, there's one thing I'm going to make a comment on that I kind of stumbled on yesterday I was watching that Thief movie with James Caan. and he breaks into a vault and he steals all these diamonds. I don't know why he's in the diamonds, but he's in the diamonds. So he steals all these diamonds. And back in the 70s, he gets like 185,000 for the diamonds. And then I thought of Money Heist, my favorite little series, because I am the professor. And what do? They break into the vault at the Bank of Spain. And then I think of other movies where they break into vaults. And I say to myself, I don't think vaults are really that secure because people see the vault, they know the vault, and they break into it. So if you have your gold and Cool Whip containers in the freezer, nobody knows you fucking have it. That's kind of my point. They'll go right to my safe, or if I have a vault, or if I love the safe, and then there's a picture over it, and you open the picture, and there's the safe and the combination. And I just find that people go after the vaults or the safes or the combination. I mean, that's what people do, and they just drill them out anyway. So are they really safe? I don't think they really are, because it tells you something valuable. That's why there's a safe or a vault. So you're better off, like for a few dollars more, the Clint Eastwood movie, the third one he did, right? Well, I don't know the order. There was the first one, for a few dollars, or a fistful of dollars. Then there was for a few dollars more, the second one. And the bad guy is in jail, and he hears this carpenter tell this story that there's this bank in El Paso. It has like $1 million in it, but there's nothing in the vault. It's all in this little coffee table. The guy in there, it's a little, I don't know, it's got drawers and stuff in it. It's just, but it's looking like it's a place you would put coffee on, and not in the vault. So if you blow the vault, there's no money in it. The money is out in that. And that's where my idea come from. So you don't want it in a vault because people go after vaults or safes, but nobody goes after a table or a Cool Whip container or hiding it in the freezer. I mean, nobody in their right mind would even think you have gold in a Cool Whip container in the freezer or in the fridge, whatever. Nobody. No, it's a beautiful deception. And that's really what you need. Because every fucking movie I see, what do? They can drill into the safe with no problem. Every movie, Robert De Niro, doesn't matter, James Caan, they find a way to drill the safe. They pull it out, they blow it up, they grab the money, and off they go. But if it's not in a safe, they would have no idea where it is. Food for thought. Ron, hi, Ron. Good morning. Did we talk about Rising yet? Playing or no? I don't know. All I see is that Penn State's now a 1.5 favorite. So let me double check and see what the line moved. Well, we'll look at the line, then I can go back and I can look at. So according to our line, we've got Penn State -1.5, but let me update it. Yeah, USC 28-14. Way to go, boys. Penn State 1.5. So we still have if Rising went out and Penn State and Utah was a 1.5 point favorite and now Penn State's a 1.5, is that because Rising's not playing? Would it only go 3? USC, the quarterback's playing, went from 1 to 7 today. The line moved. This is the bullshit. Okay, my mistake. It didn't go to 7.5. This is that interplay. So they stayed at 1.5. My mistake, because now it says -9.5. So this is that in-game bullshit that I hate. So the real line was probably 1.5, probably stayed there. LSU 35-0. Old Mississippi State and Illinois 10-10 with 8 minutes left in the game. So you're going to win your under. The under was 45. And I think I did play the under in one of I got so many little 10-team teasers, and then I got bets with some people where we do 2-team teasers and I get 20%. And I think I did Illinois under, and I know I did USC. in a bet. Georgia still 14 and a half, 16 and a half. So let's go and ask the exact question on Google. So we did JP Morgan, which I love. I mean, there's nothing else you can do but question how much gold does JP Morgan have? And it says tens of billions. Well, if he owns it, maybe I should buy some too. Is Cam Rising playing today? Boom. Utah quarterback made all the plays, upsetting USC and injecting new life into the Pac-12 race. October 6th. Is Cam Rising playing in the Rose Bowl? Just answer the question. We know it's the granddaddy. So the question that is asked is Cam Rising playing? And of course, they don't give you the answer. It says he is. It says Utes quarterback Cam Rising returned from last year's loss to Ohio State. So I assume he is playing. Now I'm seeing why is Cam Rising not playing. This is October. So you got to make sure the date. Yeah, that's that October date that I questioned the Oregon State game. Yeah, they keep bringing up the old. Is Cam Rising an NFL prospect? I can't believe you'd actually ask that question. Projected as an undrafted free agent. Really? Who's the moron that says that? I would draft this guy in the first round. Why would he be an undrafted free? Are you not watching Utah football? This blows my mind, these GMs. But let's take Richardson from Florida. Then we wonder why we get fired and we win 3 games like Fields and Lamar Jackson. How good is Cam Rising? Rising has been efficient through the air and dangerous on the ground. He has passed for da-da-da-da-da. What kind of answer is that? So I can't get you a straight answer. It looks like he is, but again, I can't give you a straight answer because I don't have one. Oh, thank you, Bobby. Oh, that's good. I have Utah in a bet. So why would Penn State now be favored in the game if he is playing? Did we talk about right? Okay. How about sober? Does Bobby, what kind of question is that? Do you think JP Morgan has silver? Answer that now. What do you think? Do you think he just buys gold and he doesn't buy silver? Just give me your answer, and I've got it on query, right? How much silver does JP? My bet is going to be close as I got Mississippi State to win. Why didn't you take the under? All right. So JP Morgan has amassed a physical stockpile of silver of at least 600 million ounces by calculation, an average cost of 20 an ounce, all while continuing to make hundreds of millions of dollars in manipulative COMEX short selling. Now, you know why COMEX does it? Because JP Morgan is fucking everybody. Which company has the most silver? Wow, these are gold. These are silver miners. That doesn't count. What bank owns the most silver? JP Morgan holds the highest amount of physical silver in history. JP Morgan has piled up the largest holding of physical silver. So JP Morgan's going to be one rich dude very soon. While everyone is focused on the massive outflows in COMEX, registering gold inventories in the gold ETF, GLD, it seems that an important evaluation in silver is being unnoticed. And what follows Ted Butler, precious metals analyst specialized in whatever. Butler calculations show that JP Morgan has piled up the largest holding of physical silver in modern world since the silver price peak of 2011. The bank is accumulating between 100 and 200 million ounces of physical silver, if not more. The equivalent in metric tons is about 3,000 and 6,000 metric tons. To put that number in perspective, it surpasses the amounts held by the Hunt brothers. The Hunt brothers did not have silver. They had the derivatives. That's why it failed. They didn't have physical. On a yearly basis, some 100 million ounces of silver reached the investment market, which translates into 250 million ounces between May, whatever. This has a value of $5 billion. Given the size of the too big to fail bank, that amount of silver, how large it may seem, is easily affordable. JP Morgan's quarterly profit is $5 billion, approximately 200 million ounces of silver. This is 2013. So does that answer your question, Bobby? How much silver does Warren Buffett own? Roughly $1 billion. He's not an Austrian. He's a Keynesian. Here, November 2020, JP Morgan dominates gold market with record $1 billion so far this year from trading, storing, and so don't buy gold, don't buy silver. But meanwhile, JP Morgan owns billions of dollars in gold and silver. Here's a July 31st, 2020 from Bloomberg. From profits to pay, JP Morgan's gold secrets spill out in court. Business made more than $100 million each year from 2008. Defendant compensation drew gasps from Chicago jury. The trial of JP Morgan Chase the trial of JP Morgan and Company's former head of precious metals has offered unprecedented insights into the trading desk that dominates the global. Mike Novak, who ran precious metals trading for over a decade, is being tried in Chicago along with colleagues Jeff Smith and Jeff Rufo for conspiracy to manipulate gold and silver markets. The focus now is on the jury, which begins deliberation late Friday, but the proceedings have already done. So annual profit, the court has shown internal figures detailing the bank's annual profits from precious metals, the first time such detailed information has ever been made public. JP Morgan's don't break out. Let's see. In summary, the business is consistent moneymaker. For JP Morgan, notching up profits between 109 million and 234 million a year between 2008 2018. The lion's share of that comes from trading and financial markets, but the bank does plenty of physical business as well. Trading and transporting physical precious metals makes the bank about 30 million a year on average. So what they're saying is they're making billions of dollars on the derivative bullshit fake, but he's also got the physical gold and silver. So keep that in mind. They also have that. Now, if that doesn't focus it, I don't know what does. Okay, I can tell you, and I'm sure you believe me, and I have no reason to lie to you, and I understand it. But if JP Morgan has all this physical gold and silver, what does that tell you? Putin has it, the Chinese have it, Europe has it. What else do you want to do? What else would convince you? I don't know. But yes, Bobby, when you buy gold, you buy silver. You just do it. It's so much cheaper. Why do they keep the price down? So they can keep buying. Pure and simple. They have the time to wait to be buying and buying. They don't want to buy it at 50,000 an ounce, but they know that's where it's going as soon as they take their foot off. So they go, we'll keep the price down. We'll buy more. We'll buy more. We'll buy more. And that's what they've been doing. But now the BRICS countries are getting fed up because they need the price to go up because of all this debt. Russia's got to pay for a war. China's freaking out with all their housing market bankruptcies, and they're bankrupt. Half of Europe's bankrupt, so they need all their gold to now go up in value. So now, if JP Morgan likes it or not, you're not going to see 1800 anymore. And that's really the difference. So keep that in mind. JP Morgan owns they own the most gold and silver probably in the world, but I think China has the most gold. But JP Morgan's right up there, and that's as of 2022. They're doing the derivative bullshit, but now they're out of that because you can see even with the guys going to jail for price fixing to keep the price down so they can buy more. So if you logically think about it, I want to buy gold and silver, put the price. How do we keep the price low so I can buy a lot? We'll do derivatives and we'll just fuck over everybody and they'll all think there's no value and we can buy more and more and more. And that's all that's happening. So they're buying it really cheap. They keep the price down. They can buy more. They can buy more because they can wait. And then when the elephant leaves the room and the price goes, JP Morgan will be the richest guy in the world, even richer than Bobby. And just that's what'll happen. But most of the people are not in gold and silver, right? They're in stocks. And he doesn't tell you that. So, you know, your rich athletes are all getting fucked. All the rich athletes, if I was Mahomes, pay me in gold. I don't want money. Give me gold. I don't want a paycheck. What am I going to do with the money that's worthless? I want gold and silver. So JP Morgan understands gold and silver. The Russians and Chinese understand give me gold and silver. And the Indians and the BRICS countries, they all understand I need $1 backed by gold. I need gold, 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 because it's the only thing that's going to save me. They all get it. You get it now. The only people that don't get it is 349 million U.S. people whose money's in the fucking stock market or in the bank who are just clueless. And those other people that I'm like, you know, I try to tell and I just say, fuck it. Just you don't want to listen to me. Go fuck yourself. Bobby, not sure about that one, Professor, because you said he has 11 million ounces of gold. So I'm not sure if he's a silver guy. Now, are you sure? It's okay. Thanks, Professor. At least you tried. Ron, Rising is playing tonight. Confirmed. Thank you, Bobby. So now are you satisfied that JP Morgan owns silver, Bobby? Did you get that? Just understand, if people have gold, they have silver. It's an automatic. It's both money. It's both an asset, and it both goes up when the dollar collapses, which it's going to collapse. That's for sure. Raising interest rates does not save the dollar. There's too much debt. All it does is the idea is to put money back into the bank because of, I can get 6% on my, or what, 4 or 5% on my money. So I'm going to put it back in the bank. But inflation's 15%, so I'm losing it. That's why the guy did 20% in the 80s. That was what was needed. So it was more than the inflation rate. Well, what they're doing now is not more, and it's bankrupting all the countries. So you either fuck the money or you fuck the country is what Powell's doing. Yes, thanks a lot, Professor. Great information. There you go. Like I said, so Warren Buffett has it. JP Morgan has it. I have it. So if you have any more doubts or disbelief, I don't know. And believe me, JP Morgan has bars. He doesn't have Krugerrands and Eagles. He's got the big fucking bars of gold and silver. He's storing in his vault all over in Singapore, New York, and London. So he does not have coins. That is not real money, the gold bars. Only the coins are real money. So you're all worried about your silver, that it's, the buffaloes aren't real money. And I keep saying it's an ounce of silver. Well, what do you think JP Morgan owns? He owns the bars. That's not real money. He's buying the gold and silver in bar form. As I've said, it's perfectly fine, which is why you buy the buffaloes cheaper. Because why pay 35 an ounce when I can pay 28 an ounce for the ounce of silver? Because that's what I want to do. So understand that. That's the key. That's what you're trying to do. So if it's good enough for JP Morgan, who's the biggest crook in the world, it should be good for us. We want to be on the same. So if the sharps all come in betting on TCU, you want to be on the sharp side, right? And I can tell you as a sharp, I'm on TCU and we're on the over. That's the best, smartest play. The smartest play is the over because you just want, let's say Georgia really pounds them and they score 50 points. So you got the winner. But I guarantee you TCU scores in this game. And if I want to be careful, I go over or I go TCU in 20. I don't want to be blindsided by the Michigan game that Georgia's going to put up 50 points on, or TCU is going to put up 50 points on Georgia, but they will be scoring because TCU really didn't stop Michigan. They're not going to stop Georgia. TCU is better than Ohio State. Ohio State never should have been there. Made it a good game on a matchup thing, but you got to do that. So anyway, that's what's going on, class. So again, it's just a matter of time. Nobody can really give you a time, 2023, 2024, 2025. I think it's 2023 because Russia and China and India and the BRICS need it now. Off the euro dollar, they have the gold. Why would they wait 2 more years to do it? Now, the counter is JP Morgan wants to acquire more. So therefore, they want to keep the price as low as they can, as long as they can. That's why it might take a little bit longer. So the fight is between JP Morgan accumulating this and making millions on the derivatives, which is broken. So now it's JP Morgan buying gold real cheap and the rest of the world buying gold real cheap. That's what this game is now. But JP Morgan wants to keep buying, so they want to keep the price down. So when you ask the question, when is it going to go up? It's when JP Morgan wants it to go up, or when they run out of gold and silver, which apparently they're running out of silver because, as people know, JP Morgan's buying it. All the other central banks in the world, the Germans, the Italians, the Swiss, they're all buying it. And it gets to a point there isn't any more. It's not infinite. There's only so much gold and so much silver dug out of the ground, and that's it. So as all the other central banks and banks are buying it, and the Warren Buffetts and the JP Morgans and the Rothschilds and the professors are all buying gold and silver, it'll run out, and then JP Morgan will have no choice. They don't want to keep the price low. There's nothing to buy. Okay, now let's let it go up. And don't kid yourself. So JP Morgan will be the king of the castle. So we'll be living in a JP Morgan world. Not sure if that's good, bad, or ugly. We know he likes monopolies, not free market. That's the problem with a guy like JP Morgan running everything. But he is in the U.S., so we will see how bad it gets here. But they're just blowing up the dollar. He doesn't care. He's got all this gold. So he sleeps well at night, Bobby, like you do. He just sits on his gold. But buy gold and silver, Bobby. Just keep buying. Buy some gold. I don't hear you buying gold. Mississippi State just got the ball with 2 minutes left, tied at 10. So what was your point spread? What did you bet it at? -1.5, -2. Mississippi State was -3.5. So what's your bet at? Let's see if they can win for Leach. They ain't gonna win for Leach. Just a side note, I heard that in the game of Monopoly, the little man character is JP Morgan. Well, probably is. You got -1. So it's just if they win, they win. You win. All right, well, I hope they win for you. But this is why you bet teasers, Bobby. If you bet a teaser, you would have had Illinois in 7, or even better, you would have bet the under. If you would have listened to the professor, and you'd be under 45, and you'd be under 51.5, and it's 10-10. So if you would have just played the under, you'd be way ahead. The little character, J.P. Morgan, yeah. Well, I think it does look like the original J.P. Morgan, the J.P. Morgan from the 1890s, 19. He's the one that put in the Federal Reserve, and he's the one that started income tax. Not a good guy. Laughed my ass off. Order 5 ounces of silver this week, but if Mississippi State wins, I'll buy 10 ounces. When are you going to buy gold, Bobby? I want to hear you buy gold. You don't understand. Silver might go to 5,000. Gold's going to a 50 to 100,000. So, well, just keep buying a lot of silver, I guess. That mattress is getting pretty full, though, I bet. And did you order the plastic for Christmas? Did you order the plastic container so you can drop 20 in and screw it up? Anyway, so you know what to do. And now everybody in my class understands why the price is low. It's all about J.P. Morgan buying gold and silver. So if we use logic and we don't think like these morons on YouTube who have no clue that it's even physical and paper, they can't even give you the difference between physical and paper. Now you understand why the physical was low. It's strictly so J.P. Morgan can buy more. But the Russians and Chinese see this, are also buying, and the Swiss and Germany and all of the Europe central banks and banks are all buying the gold and silver like they are. And they're emptying COMEX and they're emptying the London vaults and everything else. So when you ask the question, why is it low or when is it rising? It's low because I want to buy it. It's rising when I can't get any more at this price. How long is that going to be? We don't know. Probably not much longer because everybody's been buying and buying and buying. And once it runs out, there's no reason to keep it low anymore. Now we're on the teeter-totter. So the teeter's here, we're buying, and then, okay, now totter, and now the price through the roof. And that's what we want. So once price hits demand, here's J.P. Morgan, and we had China, and we had Russia, we had the professor's class, we had J.P. Morgan and the Rothschilds and everybody else. Buffett, this is the demand for gold, and the price is here. So this is what we're waiting for, is this price movement up to demand. As everything has price equals demand. So it's always price equals demand. So you sell something and the market dictates what it sells for. And once the market dictates, that's what you sell it for. And this is the only thing that isn't being sold at what the market is demanding. So the market demands much more than this. And therefore that's what we're going to get. So we're waiting to get to market prices where it equals demand. And just like Oreos and chocolate chips and, everything, tuna and everything else, we're waiting for this to happen, and it'll happen relatively soon. We can't give you an exact time because it's once the gold's gone, JP Morgan will lift the price on the derivative because Russia, China, and all this backed by gold. The U.S. government has none. So who's going to be the U.S. government? The same people that are U.S. government now. The J.P. Morgan is the U.S. government. They get the politicians in. So they are basically running the country, J.P. Morgan, probably running a few other countries with the Chinese and everything else. So that's the reality of life. I did see the 2023 Gold Eagle coin. It's a beautiful coin. They'll buy it. How much is it? Holy State, Mississippi State is at the 1 yard line with 12. Well, there you go. You got a winner, Bobby. Now, knowing Mississippi State, they'll go for it on 4th and 1 instead of kick the field goal to win the game. Well, good. So they'll win 13-10. I'm happy for you, Bobby. The under was the play, but that's okay. This is Illinois. They play low-scoring games. So USC looks like, let's see if they hold on. That is one of my locks. Georgia was a lock. UCLA was a lock. Arkansas, Kansas over was a lock, and Oregon was a lock. So if USC holds, I'll go 3-2 on my locks. And in the pros, what did I go on my locks? I lost Philly. I hit the Baltimore Pitt under. I hit the Minnesota Green Bay over, and then tonight's game. So I'm doing well on everything. Like the pros, I'm like 8-1. Everything came in but Philadelphia, which I was shocked in. And the pros, really, UCLA, how the fuck did they lose? That was unbelievable. Just terrible coaching, not blitzing the defense. They need to get in here, Professor. What do you mean they need? Just kick the field goal. They'll win 13-10, right? Anyway, well, good luck. I mean, they should kick it. USC and then Utah tonight. If Rising's playing, then I like Utah even more, getting 7.5. Rising's a very good for him to be a free agent. The person doesn't have a clue on quarterbacks. That guy's very good. He's a winner, and that's what you want. So, what are they looking for in good quarterbacks versus bad ones? If you're not looking for what they do on the field, I don't understand it. Why he wouldn't be a first-round draft pick, and then Richardson is, because he's athletic. That makes him a better quarterback. I don't like field goals, but these kickers always choke. There's 12 seconds left, Bobby. Aren't they just taking a knee, calling a timeout with 2 seconds left and kicking the field goal? I agree with you, but if he's at the 1, I think the kicker can make the kick from there. All right, so we're going to do a little more research on the playoffs for the pros. And we got to really wait for this Cincinnati game tonight. Then we'll have Cincinnati, KC for the 1 seed. Is it Buffalo, KC for the 1 seed? Did Cincy clinch the division, or did they need the game? He missed the chip shot, but Illinois called a timeout. How do you miss a 10-yard field goal? Jesus Christ. I mean, that's just ridiculous. Well, let's just sweat a little bit more, Bobby. See, if you bet the under, you don't have to sweat the game. Like the Pitt-Baltimore game yesterday. Pitt scored a touchdown to win it and cover it, but I didn't need it because I had the under. And I had the Green Bay over, so I didn't care about the 9 points or whatever. It was over, and once Green Bay hit, what it was, 41-10, it's there. I think some of these kids get nervous and shit bricks and miss. I don't know. A lot of these guys can kick. That's the thing with Rising. He doesn't get nervous. That's why I don't understand. I would draft that guy in the first round. Free agent, my ass. How could he be if he's a free agent? It was bad enough Brock Purdy was a free agent, but he's much better than Brock Purdy. It's not even close between him and Brock Purdy. So I really don't quite follow why he'd be a free agent and not a first round, at worst second round pick. But you're going to draft Bryce Young. You think Bryce Young's better than this guy? You're out of your mind. Probably some of the ESPN propaganda. Rising is awesome. Well, exactly. Bobby, I had a strong feeling that the Ohio State kicker was going to miss because it really looked way too nervous when they showed him. And I thought to myself, he's going to – well, when it was a 50-yard kick, I didn't see the kick because I was on my way home. And I just checked the score, and I saw Georgia won. And I go, oh, good, I got an even, and I won. And then I watched it on the review, where they go through the game. And it was a 50-yard kick. But what the fuck was Georgia doing, letting the guy run 30 yards? So the quarterback just takes off running. You're not blitzing anymore? What the fuck was that about? So instead of blitzing the quarterback and just nailing him behind the line like they did with Hooker, they let the guy run for 30 yards. And what the fuck is that? Again, you're playing the man-on-man. I guess you can't play Ohio State in the zone, so that's why. So everybody will like the quarterback now because C.J. Stroud, because look what he did against Georgia. He ran all over the field, and they think, well, that's what he'll do at Chicago, like Fields. And it's just that's why Fields sucks. He can't hit the receivers. So he runs when it gets like that. But now there's no threat of him throwing, and that's why they lose 41-10 to the fucking Lions. So what's going on, Bobby? Did he hit the field goal? Hello? All right. Well, we'll see the score. Anyway, I'm going to go eat dinner or lunch or whatever I'm eating. It's 3:30 and I've been on 3 hours. So time to go. I'll go to the pool and do my workout. And I'll eat my last steak, I think, and salad. But I've been eating. I just had the avocado. So that's the best thing. So how are you doing on your diet, Bobby? Are you losing some weight? You feel better? Your blood pressure down? Just, again, drink a lot of water and stay away from the liquor because it's sugar. So if you just want to eat sugar, just fucking take 10 spoonfuls of sugar, put it in water, and drink it. And it's the same thing as alcohol. You'll get the same buzz and you'll get the same thing. There you go. So they win 13-10. So you won the hard way, taking instead of going under. But that's okay. You live in your own little world, Bobby. I'm already past your world. I'm a couple worlds ahead of you, so keep that in mind. So take Utah. If Penn State's 1.5, take Utah and 7.5. If Rising's playing. I don't know where Georgia's it wasn't the defense against Tennessee. That's why I like the over in the TCU game, because TCU is much more explosive than Tennessee because they can run and pass. Their defense is okay. Michigan ran up and down on them. So I look for this championship game to be very high scoring. They won by 9 now. Holy shit, some people must be pissed who had I thought it was 10-10. Are you watching the game or what, Bobby? I thought it was 10-10. What was the final? 19-10? And how did that happen if it was 10-10 and they kicked the field goal to win 13-10? You got to bear in mind with Bobby, he's sometimes there, sometimes not. No, Mississippi State hit the field goal, but then Illinois went for the last-second lateral play and fumbled it and missed. Oh, so it was fixed. All right, so it was 19-10. Old Mississippi State. So that lateral play really works, doesn't it? It didn't affect the over-under, but guess what? They were laying 3.5. How pissed would you be if you had Illinois in 3.5 and you just lost on that shit? Are the games fixed? Well, if that doesn't explain a fixed game, then I don't know what does. What's with the fumble play? That never works. So let's run a play that won't work because it once worked in the Stanford-Cal game in 1975. John Elway was at Stanford. He lost that game. ESPN Cameron just brought it up now, too. That's obviously a fix. There's no question. Did Illinois – okay, let's answer. Did Illinois have 9 option quarterbacks in on the kickoff return? That's what Cal did against Stanford. They just said, well, that just made some people happy and some others very unhappy. Well, what's Illinois thinking? And was it like really obvious where they like just threw it in the end zone and then everybody got away from the ball? I mean, what are you thinking? There's 2 seconds left. Run the kickback. But why are you maybe one lateral, but what are you doing with the lateral? It doesn't work. The play doesn't work. Why are they doing it? And don't say that's their only chance. If they really wanted to, they would have just let the ball hit in the end zone if it was a deep kick, and then just thrown a Hail Mary and hope for a pass interference, which they're going to get 5 out of 10 times in the college football now. So yeah, it's a bunch of bullshit. That's why I bet over unders more. Or that's why we bet in the teaser. You're fine. You had 9.5, so you're not crying. This is why we bet teasers. The Georgia game, I had it even. They win by 1. We're happy. Everybody else who bet Georgia is pissed off. They were throwing those backward passes and eventually got picked off by a Mississippi State player, and he ran it back the other way. So the question is why? Why didn't he just fall on it? There's no time remaining. Why is he running it back? Why do they keep lateraling is the other question, but just a joke. Again, more bullshit. That's why you need to bet teasers. In a teaser, it doesn't matter. You've got 9.5, you win. You think it's bad, but this is why you can't bet straight, because the fix won't affect teasers. It will affect the game straight. Was it fixed? I don't know. I have to see the play. Sounds fixed to me. Did they just lateral it right to the Mississippi State guy, like the Oakland game a couple of weeks ago, where the guy lateraled it right back to the Oakland guy and he scored, the New England guy? And I love it. I hope New England doesn't make the playoffs now, and they'll have that play to thank for it. Way to go, Bill Belichick, the greatest coach of all time, I think. Except for Lombardi, Bill Walsh, Parcells, and the rest of the super Joe Gibbs, Jimmy Johnson. Yeah, he was the best coach of all time. Bullshit. I keep saying these Larry Bird things, and he keeps saying, Jordan never beat me. And in a playoff series, right? Bird always won. And they're like, Jordan's the best. And it's like, he couldn't beat Bird. What the fuck are you talking about? He's the best. This is where my problem is. He won the 6 titles when Bird and Magic and Isaiah were out. Against them, he didn't win anything. And that's like a lot with Tom Brady. He's winning these without playing. That's why I like Montana. He beat Lawrence Taylor. Brady never beat a player like that. When Baltimore had Ray Lewis, he never beat Ray Lewis. It was close, but at least these guys came through. So Bobby Bowe will be placing some silver orders this week. LSU's up 42-0 and about to go in again. Did you bet LSU? See, here's the problem. Where was this against Georgia, right? So that's fine. I told you I wouldn't touch Purdue. So I think I saved you money. Whatchamacallit, my friend. I can't think of your name right now. My mind's, I want to say Conrad, but I know that's not right. But yeah, you wanted to be on Purdue, and it's just you can't. I mean, LSU, Purdue, I have no idea. Maybe the quarterback played. So you like Cincinnati tonight? No, I like the over. God, Bobby, what did you get hit in the ball in the head too many times? Oh my God. Take the game over. That's the play, because Buffalo will score in the upper 20s and give up at least 30 to Cincinnati. It'll be at least a 50-point game. The teaser, you must tease it. And if you're looking for a teaser, you tease it with the TCU Cincinnati over. This is 49.5. You go over 43.5. You go TCU Georgia over 54. You bet about $20,000 or as much gold as you have, and off you go. Well, you can do it with Rising. I like Cincinnati. You can do Rising in Cincinnati. It's better if you do Cincinnati with TCU over, but that's okay. This is America. No, I get it. Do you not like TCU Georgia over, or you just can't think that far in advance and you're just want to win tonight so you can buy more silver? But if he's playing, then Utah's going to win, especially if you get 1.5. That's crazy. I don't know why that money went on Penn State. I thought he wasn't playing. Otherwise, I don't get it. I would, but the TCU game is that. Oh, well, money won is money won. The gold and silver doesn't go up today either, but it's going to. That's the only difference between football betting and gold and silver is we know when the game is. We don't know when the gold and silver is going up. but we understand why it's not going up now. So JP Morgan can buy more, and his little banking buddies, the Germans, the Russians, the Chinese, the Indians, all the Eurozone, the Swiss, the Swedes, name the country. They're all buying gold and silver, and they're keeping the price down, manipulated so they can buy. So all the big banks can buy, and then it looks like it doesn't go. So none of the Americans like us, we're stupid, say it doesn't go anywhere, so I'm not going to buy it. But if you got the professor who analyzes, understands what's going on, we're not being left out. We're right there with them, although we can't buy billions of dollars worth. Well, maybe Bobby can. I don't know. Why don't you take a loan out from Barry and LeBron and get some money and buy some gold with it? I will mix that game with some Sunday games. Well, we haven't gotten to the Sundays yet because you got to wait for the Buffalo Cincy game to get to the Sundays. The only one you know for sure is Green Bay Detroit. That's a playoff game. So that's an over. That you got to bet over. 48's a joke. I might play that one with the TCU over also. Good idea, Bobby. I think I'll do that. That's a great over because Detroit can't stop the win. They're not going to stop Rodgers, and they're going to score 30 points because they have a good offense for some reason, although I hate Goff. And I do hate the cold weather, but Green Bay's defense isn't that strong. What do I have it at? Green Bay, it's an even defense. So it's just like the mini game. You got over team in Detroit against Green Bay, who's scoring more, and their defense is getting better. But Detroit should only needs 42 here. Okay. All right, I'm going to go eat. Good luck on the USC game. I got USC. Good luck on the Utah game. I got Utah. TCU and the over in that game. And then we're going to look at the pros once we got the Buffalo Cincy game in. And we finalize, we believe Seattle has to win. But if Green Bay wins, Green Bay's in. If Green Bay loses, Seattle's in. So I think Seattle has to win. New England has to win. If they lose, then it's Pittsburgh or Miami, I guess. But if New England wins, they're in. But they got to play Buffalo. And if Buffalo wins tonight, Buffalo's going for the 1 seed, they'll beat New England. So that's the key. Philly needs for the 1 seed. We know the Niners have to play because if they win, they get the 1 seed. And against Arizona, they should kill them. Atlanta, Tampa. Is Tampa going to rest all their players? If they don't, I mean, you give me Atlanta -7. I mean, even with Ryder at quarterback, I like Tampa. Dallas, Washington. Dallas has to play. They could be the one. Washington's out. So we know Washington's out. Dallas, if they win and Philly loses, they win the division and possibly the 1 seed if the Niners and Minnie lose. Minnie's got Minnie's got the Bears, so they should beat them. And then we get the Jets, Miami. Well, I think Miami can get there if the other teams lose. Pitt's got Cleveland, so Pitt needs it. I like Pitt anyway because they're playing well. They're talking about Wentz on ESPN, and I did not know he had 0 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, 140 yards yesterday. My God, he's gotten bad. Well, he's been bad, Bobby. That's why Indy tanked last year. And then he went to Washington and he sucked. And then Heineke comes in, or I'll call him Heineken so we remember. He comes in and he lights it up. Wentz is terrible. Wentz has always been terrible. This is the problem when you draft a guy to North Dakota State. Wentz, Trey Lance, 2 guys that suck. Garoppolo, who sucks. Brock Purdy at Iowa State had to go up against those teams. Man, it's just, he's fucking unbelievable. I know that. I mean, if you listen to my draft video, I tell you all that shit. But yeah, I'm not surprised that Brock Purdy's really good. I'm surprised that they draft Wentz. I'm surprised they drafted Lance 3. I'm surprised they drafted Fields and take Tagovailoa when they did. You're drafting guys out of Alabama just because they went to Alabama. You watch, Bryce Young will be first quarterback taken. Would you rather have Rising? Would you rather have Hartman? Would you rather have, this guy? Bobby, I thought he had potential after his first season at Philly, but has went to, because he ran more. So again, he was a running quarterback. So of course you would think that. But then when you got to start throwing and they get, once the league gets used to you, look at Lamar Jackson. He hasn't done shit, right? This year, even when he was healthy, didn't do shit. Once you got an eye on the guy and they got tape on him and they know how to defend him, he's useless. That's why you can't defend Rodgers and Brady and Mahomes, because he can throw the fucking ball. And if you can throw the ball, there's nothing you can do with the quarter. You can get him off the spot. They move around. They shuffle like Brady. He shuffles a little left. He shuffles a little right. Good luck. You can't stop him. He knows how to read defenses. And that's really my point. Lamar Jackson and Fields are clueless at reading defenses. So is Wentz. If I go down the list, half of them are. I don't know that Wilson on the Jets can read it, and I know Miami can. This will be interesting. Miami's a 2.5-point favorite. We don't even know who the quarterback is. Tagovailoa is in concussion protocol. Does Miami? I think they need. No, I don't know if they. Maybe they do. They're. I know New England is like in, and then I think it's Miami and Pitt. So if New England loses, then it's up to Miami and Pitt. So if Tagovailoa plays, but I'm not sold on him. The key will be Philly. Are they really gonna? Are they gonna really lose 3 in a row and end up being the 5 seed? Because they'll lose to Dallas, so they won't even win the division. Wait a minute. I now see that Penn State is favored with this. I told you they're 1.5-point favorites. They've been favored the whole day. That's what I'm saying. So I didn't believe that. I thought he wasn't playing Rising. So that's where I'm confused. It's still 1.5. Let's see if it's still 1.5. The game starts in an hour or so. Yeah, still 1.5. Georgia's the same. LSU's 49-0. USC's 28-24. Pinned back, third quarter. Let's see if the USC quarterback's still in there. I think I have 4.5. USC's 1st and 10 at the Tulane 19. Yeah, Caleb Williams. Okay. Okay. Pass to Brendan Rice for 75-yard gain. That's my USC that I love. So Tulane was 28-14, comes on, scores 28-21, then kicks a field goal. And now USC 2nd and 10. But Caleb Rice, he just ran for no gain. I hate that running shit. So if you go to here on Yahoo, you can see the actual plays. 2nd and 10, and then it'll update. So let's just get this drive in. Let's get 35-24, and then we're going to go eat. Well, Utah would beat Penn State with Rising playing. Without him, I don't know. Caleb Williams, incomplete pass intended for Brendan Rice. Okay. 3rd and 10 at the Tulane 19 for USC. Rising is playing. I wonder why they're not favored anymore. Because the sharps like Penn State. That's with the sharps, the bullshit sharps. I mean, Utah and 7.5 is a great play, as long as Rising's playing. Now, the running backs out and the tight end are out. They're both getting ready for the draft. They don't want to get hurt. That could be a reason, but that's already happened. All right, USC, let's get a touchdown for the professor and his class. 3rd and 10 at the 19. Come on, do that crossing pattern that USC loves to do. Or let Caleb Williams run it in. 2 minutes left in the 3rd quarter. Come on, boys. Touchdown SC. Let's go. I mean, Utah is a lot better than Penn State. It's not. This spread should be like Utah. What was my spread? Utah -7 was the professor's spread. I think going without, and the running back, they already had different running backs. So I'm not worried about the running back. The tight end, I mean, that's a good loss. He's All-American, but Notre Dame won without their tight end, so I think it's okay. I think the key is Rising playing more than the tight end playing. That's why it's critical he plays. And with Caleb Williams playing, I think Rising will want to play. Probably saying, fuck this. Let's show them that the Pac-10's a good conference. Well, this has been 3rd and 10 for about 2 minutes now. Oh, USC missed a field goal on their last drive. Okay. So if you go to drives, you can see what happened. So they're driving now, but the USC missed a field goal, 4th and 11 at the 30. All right, so he missed a 52-yarder. That's not bad. I can live with that. So we still got 3rd and 10. All right, that's enough. We'll get back to it. All right, I'm going to go eat. Good luck on your games. Definitely go over in the Georgia TCU game. That's, TCU is explosive. Ohio State lit them up. Michigan lit up TCU. Georgia will do the same thing. Georgia's offense is outstanding. I guess they got some defensive injuries. And against Ohio State, they probably had to play more man-on-man, so they couldn't blitz as much. Against TCU, probably they blitz a little bit more. We will see. TCU is explosive, though, so we will see. And they got a mobile quarterback, so they run a lot. You think so? Okay, so that's it. Again, tonight we're giving you the Cincinnati-Buffalo game over. You can take it with TCU, Georgia over, and you can if Bobby's right and Rising's playing, you can take Utah and the 7.5. All right, everybody, have a great day. I will see you tomorrow, and www.teaserking.com. And feel free, as I said, JP Morgan owns a ton of gold and silver for Bobby. So if you don't understand gold and silver, or you don't believe gold and silver, or it hasn't gone up, so why would I buy it? Putin has 15,000 tons of it. China's got 35,000 tons of it. JP Morgan has about 5,000 tons of it and silver. So just understand that why would JP Morgan own all this gold if it's worthless? He's not an idiot. We're not idiots. That's why you do it. It will go up. That's the message for this class. You're welcome, Bobby. All right, everybody. Have a great day. Good luck. www.teaserking.com. If you want to email me, the email is there, and feel free to. And otherwise, good luck tonight. All right. Have a great one.